Arda Yosa iyi dürtüldü orada. Ama 3 kişi arasında inanılmaz! İnanılmaz maçın her şeyi değişti.
Побежали, пытается кого-то стянуть, очень неплохо получается со скачка, и там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать. У нас товарищ Жесуйский, дэмэджа хватало, они пикопнули уже троих, идет до конца Олимпский, опять же летят кинжалы, летят кресты. Получится ли побить? Да, он неплохо подтягивает, надо урон еще немножечко влить. Как же Олимпский все еще выживает, да ладно, это дунь, это просто какая-то пушка.
Son kurşununu atmaya çalışacak S2G. Yetebilir bir skor görüyoruz da Koruru'dan. Ardından Uryan girdi oraya. Uryan skoru aldı ama
الان عمالنا نشوف في محاولة دايف ممكن تكون موجودة بالنسبة لري. هل في معك الالتيميت؟ هل عندك القدرة ان تكون تانكي كفاية؟ اكيد الالتيميت راح تكون موجودة. الستان ما راح يكون كافي، وهذا معناه انه حمدان ممكن يودعنا الان بالفايت. باي باي يا صديقي. فريق ستيلورد دومينيتنج بهذه المباراة بعد ما يجيب الكوادراكل.
At the back of the queue, trying to do some damage there. We see a takedown from KK. Yin's down, Dream's down, Fable is down.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Honor of Kings Open Series EMEA Finals. Over the past month and a half, we've had a whole bunch of teams try and qualify for this finals, but only 8 teams stood tall. And over the next few days, we'll be crowning the winner of the Open Series EMEA Finals, and they'll be booking their tickets to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2. My name is Stuart. It's an honor to be on my first Honor of Kings broadcast, and joining me is an expert in Honor of Kings and also an expert in carrying me as well in the game itself, Mr. Blam himself. Blam, how are we feeling in the finals right now?
Super excited. Obviously, we know that I covered the Wildcard Open Split, so I know quite a few of these teams, but there is a few familiar faces from Season 1 Invitational as well. So again, we'll be seeing a few teams that we've seen before and some new teams as well from different regions. So again, super excited.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an exciting time ahead. We're going to be taking a look at all of the brackets as well to see how these teams got into this stage as well. But Blam, tell us a little bit about the different qualifiers that happened, during the past month and a half. You mentioned the wild card as well. We're going to be taking a look here at the MENA qualifiers that happened over the past month and a half.
Yeah, so obviously they had 8 qualifying teams and 8 invited teams. And as you can see here, these are the ones that made it through to the semifinals. You had the likes of Twisted Minds, STE, Axe MENA as well. And then as you can see all the way that we see Stalwart Esports not dropping a single round in the entire MENA split. And Axe Esports having not a similar journey. It's a very rocky journey for themselves, but they did make it to qualify here. And then we look over to the EEU bracket as well, so a familiar face, Major Pride, actually winning some rounds unlike they did in Season 1 Invitational. They had a rocky start in that one, and we're seeing a new face, which is RUKH Esports, who were the qualified runners-up for the EEU Split 1. So again, not as shaky, but they did lose a 4-0 round at the end in the final against Major Pride. So I'm really looking forward to see how well this team has improved.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be really interesting because they didn't drop a single game during that qualifier. So I have to see if they can bounce back from the very distant point in the Invitational Season 1. This is the Turkey split. We see Beşiktaş and also S2G. Very, very close final compared to the other ones, which are all 4-0s. This finals honestly could have gone either way, but both Beşiktaş and also S2G Esports having pretty comfortable rides all the way to the final, being able to qualify for this LAN finals here, and really close series. As I mentioned, I think people might remember Beşiktaş's 30+ minute game as well in that semi-final, which was a bit of a long one. And then finally, as you mentioned before, Blam, you covered this region as well. You know, the wild card coming in, HoK looking like a real favorite coming into this finals.
Yeah, so they played superbly, but I think it was sort of like the rumblings within the community itself, thinking, okay, there's going to be a Hong Kong team within the Open Series. Is this going to be the team that's going to take it all the way to be the victor of it all? But they did have a clear way through all the way in that Split 1 Invitational as well, so only dropping around to the Vicious, which was Omega Nemesis. So again, these teams are pretty pumped. I think they're all prepared, and we're going to see some really cool things, I think, going forward.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be chucking straight to a video now to see how the draw went yesterday and see what games we got coming up.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 Honor of Kings Open EMEA Finals Split 1. My name is Abdullah and I'm joined by my colleague Mustafa, who will be drawing for you and picking up the bracket for you guys. We've had a very fierce competition. 8 of the best teams in EMEA competed for a spot here in the finals. These top 8 teams are RUKH Esports, we have Major Pride, we have Beşiktaş Esports, S2G, we have STE KSA, Axe MENA, and then we have the Vicious and AG Hong Kong. Now these 8 teams, we're gonna find out how they're gonna play against each other in the bracket. But first of all, let me explain how the draw is gonna be. First of all, we have 4 balls. These are the top 1 and the highest seeded in the tournament. This means that they can only play against top 2, which are the second place teams, and they cannot play against the same team from the same region. Get it? Okay, we're gonna split the bracket into 2 halves, the top bracket and the lower bracket. But first of all, let's start with the top bracket and finding out who is gonna be our first team. Let's go, Mustafa. It's gonna be Major Pride from the EEU region. Okay, let's find out who is gonna be right underneath them as the first seeded team. It's gonna be STE from KSA. This means that these 2 teams, we have EEU and MENA, they can only go up against Wildcard and Turkey. So we're gonna keep in the ball now 2 teams that are the most likely outcome for these 2 teams. Now we have our second seeded teams, but they are only from Wildcard and Turkey. Mustafa, I'll give it to you. No, shake some more. Just to be sure. خلاص, okay, we're good. So this is gonna be the team that's gonna be up against Major Pride. And it's gonna be Beşiktaş Esports from Turkey. This means that the second team, STE, where STE is gonna play against a team from Wildcard, which should be Team The Vicious. There we have it. So it's Major Pride up against Beşiktaş, and we have The Vicious against STE. That's our top bracket. Moving on, we go to the lower side of the bracket, and let's find out who is going to be the third matchup of the week. Shake him well, Mustafa. Okay, خلاص, we're good. S2G Esports from Turkey is gonna be the third matchup, and let's find out who is the fourth top seeded team. It should be AG from Hong Kong. Now let's find out who these teams will go up against, starting with S2G. S2G can only play against a team from MENA or from EU. So let's see who's gonna be their opponent. and it's gonna be RUKH Esports. Okay, so S2G against RUKH Esports. Now let's find out the last match in this bracket. And it's gonna be MENA. So that's our bracket for you guys. Now you have the matchups. You're gonna see it on the screen. We wish the best of luck to all the teams competing. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, May the 30th, when we go live at 5 p.m. KSA, 4 p.m. European time, to find out who is gonna be the #1 team in this tournament. We'll see you then.
And there we go. That was our draw from yesterday. All the teams were there yesterday. The draw was happening as well. Hopefully we'll get the bracket up on screen again for you as well. But Blam, looking at that draw, what's kind of the one that stood out to you in terms of what could be a really interesting quarterfinal over the next few days?
I think my most interesting one is going to be the second match of the day. So Stalwart Esports against the Vicious. I've said this quite a few times. I feel like Stalwart Esports probably does have the best chance going against these other region teams like the Vicious and HoK, All Gaming Hong Kong. What the one matchup I am not envying is the one we just saw right at the end, which is where MENA was drawn against All Gaming Hong Kong. So yeah, both of those in the Wildcard qualifiers. I'm very much looking forward to those because I know them. I've already got a feel for these teams in depth. But I think across the board, all these 8 teams have a right to be here, and they've shown why they need to be here as well. So good luck to all of them.
Yeah, definitely. I think that they've all shown that they can reach up to the top. And with this being a LAN tournament as well, they're not in the comforts of their own home. You know, anything can happen in this tournament, even though we think that, you know, some of these teams might be stronger than others. With these being best of threes, with this being, you know, such a kind of a fast-paced game as well, anything can happen. But these are the games that we're going to be seeing today. So it will be Major Pride versus Beşiktaş, and then we'll have Stalwart versus the Vicious later on. So the first match of the day, Major Pride versus Beşiktaş Esports. So I think a very interesting game, and this is not the first time that these two teams have really faced against each other, have they, in terms of organizations?
No, they haven't. I mean, they came head-to-head in Season 1 Invitational. We can sort of say that it's not quite the same matchup because even though Major Pride are, as a whole, still the same, Beşiktaş Esports is literally just Orion. The only person that is the OG part of the roster from Season 1 is Orion, but we do have the likes of, obviously, Nyrone, No PC on their team as well. So, again, Beşiktaş Esports had a shaky open series split 1, so it's going to be really interesting to see how Major Pride, if they have improved, because as you saw, they didn't drop a single round in their open series split 1, but they didn't even gain a round in Season 1 Invitational. So that, to me, is one of the matches I'm really looking forward to, because it's kind of like a rematch of a kind.
No, definitely. I think that it's kind of two swings at the moment with Major Pride because, as you mentioned, you know, had a really good qualifiers in the Eastern EU qualifiers, but then you look back to the Invitational Season 1, they didn't pick up a single game in any of their series that they're able to pick up. I think they lost as well every game in under 15 minutes. So I think this is kind of their revenge tour, I guess you could say, to see if they can actually step up on a LAN environment. And they're coming up against, you know, a team that's, again, like you mentioned, you know, Orion in the support role, you know, been there for such a long time, probably would remember their matches as well against Major Pride. So maybe they have a little bit of an up advantage there. But with a new roster coming into this Beşiktaş, it's really anyone's game to see if Major Pride can kind of bounce back from that 2-0 loss that they happened quite a while ago.
Absolutely. So we've got a bit of a familiar matchup in game 1, but then obviously going over to the second series, we will obviously see Stalwart Esports go against the Vicious, which is going to be something completely different. So I can't wait to see how Stalwart Esports navigates that matchup.
Yeah, let's take a look now at a video with Major Pride to see how they're looking in this series.
Всем привет, я Кинезис, я игрок команды Major Pride, моя роль фармлейнер. Overlord, его же зовут Альтаир, он роумер нашей команды и очень сильный игрок по макроигре. Редский, его зовут Нурбах, он мидлейнер нашей команды, является основным дамагером у нас. Олимпский, его зовут Артем, он лесник нашей команды, и он очень сильный игрок по микроигре. Шисуйский, он клаш-трейнер нашей команды, его зовут Алихан, и он является основным инициатором нашей команды. Основные моменты это у нас были тренировки, то есть мы очень много тренировались, пракались, мы смотрели турниры разных регионов, мы рассматривали разные пики, мы тренировали определенных героев, и это нас привело к региональному финалу. Основная проблема у нас была то, что мы недостаточно говорили информацию нашим тиммейтам. Мы это исправили тем, что мы на скримах пытались выжимать из себя максимум информации, которую мы видели на карте, и передавали своим тиммейтам. Мы стали обращать больше внимания к объектам, мы стали больше внимания обращать к товарам вражеским, мы стали меньше заигрываться ради киллов, мы стали сплоченной командой, мы стали как одно целое. Я считаю, что каждый игрок очень сильный по-своему. У каждого игрока очень хорошее понятие игры, у каждого игрока очень хороший личный скилл, и это способствовало нам к проходу. У нас в команде очень дружная атмосфера, мы стали уже друг другу как семья, мы очень близкие друзья. У каждого игрока сейчас очень хороший скилл, и мы все настроены побеждать на этом турнире. Нашей целью на этом турнире является победа, чтобы пройти к турниру Invitational Season 2, который пройдет в Малайзии. А мечтой у нас пока что это проход на мид-сезон и на чемпионат мира. Стремясь к победе в финале, мы черпаем силу в вашей поддержке. Смотрите трансляцию и поддерживайте нас.
There we go. We heard from the mid laner from Major Pride there, kind of talking there in that interview about how they're looking to try and improve, how they're trying to focus more, on objectives. They're focusing more on enemy teams and also getting a lot more practice in, which is something that can definitely, improve a team in general. After such a disappointing invitational season 1, they said that they realized that and they want to try and improve. And this is their moment now to kind of show how much that they've improved since that invitational season 1.
Yep, and even though Kinesis was able to give us a lovely rundown of the team there, but this is Shisuski, Limski in the jungle, Redski in the mid lane, Kinesis is the farm lane, and then obviously Overlord as their support. And again, this is the Season 1 roster that they unfortunately dropped every round, but like Stu was saying there, they have done their scrimming, they've upped their scrim game to try and squeeze as much knowledge out of their opponents as they can. So again, I'm feeling really sort of a bit of bliss towards this team, hoping that they can obviously bring some sort of wins here. And as they said, they do have goals of getting to the mid-seasons or even Worlds. So again, they do have a bit of a weight on their shoulders, but I believe that the more they play the game, the more they get the knowledge, the more that they can achieve that goal.
Yeah, you can see them all on stage as well. It's so great to see everyone in a LAN environment as well. They are all there, all ready and waiting. I think they had like the little hand warmers there as well, getting ready as well. Obviously, all the players will be playing live from Abu Dhabi as well. So it'll be great to see all their live reactions as well. I think that's a great thing about a LAN event. You get to see all their reactions, all the preparations for these teams, because this is such a big moment for all of these teams. I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, not only do you have such a big prize pool, but the winner also gets a ticket to that invitational season 2 as well.
Yeah, if Major Pride are the team that does manage to secure the Season 2 Invitational first prize reward, then they will go against and meet some familiar teams again, like VKS, so Vivo Keystars as well. So again, a little bit of an off comment here, but I like how the jerseys are actually matching the chairs. I don't know if that was actually prepared, but it seems very, very too much of a coincidence for that to be not prepared. So fair play to the production team for that.
The planning, the color coordination in the end. But yeah, Major Pride, I think, going to be really interesting to see if they can bounce back. Again, we're not really too sure if they've kind of been tested really in their qualifiers, not dropping a single game throughout the whole time. On the other side as well, we do also have Beşiktaş. See Nyrone there currently on your camera, a player that's close to both of our hearts for sure. But this Beşiktaş roster, as you mentioned, similar, kind of different to what the Season 1 roster did look like. The organization had a pretty good showing in season 1. They got in top 2 in the groups. Unfortunately, couldn't make it past the first round of the bracket stage. I think as an organization, they're looking to try and improve, and they're looking to try and get back to their second invitational.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey's one of those regions that just has an infinite pool of great players. Like the old roster of Beşiktaş Esports had the likes of RUKH there as well. Obviously, Urian's still sticking around, so he's going to be more like the father of the group. Obviously, they have the team manager, they have their coach, but he's going to be the one that's going to be guiding these new players through the Open Series regional finals. So I feel like it's going to be Urian's main focus is just keeping these new players, but also very talented players, in check. But as you saw from that Open Series Split 1, that that was the only 30-minute plus game. So it seems to me that they have an issue in that late game. So I feel like they need to conquer that at some point in the regional finals. If they're going to conquer it, it's better earlier than later. So here is the roster for Beşiktaş Esports.
Yeah, Nyrone going in the clash lane, separate in the jungle. In that mid lane is Yosha. No PC in the farm lane. And Urian, as you mentioned, or as we both mentioned already, in that support roaming role. I think that, like you said, he's kind of the core of this team. I think we'll be mentioning his name quite a lot as well, especially because of his pocket picks that he likes to bring out as well. Some different unique picks that maybe some other teams might not pick in that support role. But again, he was the only face that was on that team in season 1. So he's going to know what it's like to be on a LAN environment. He's going to know what it's like to play against teams like Major Pride, who he actually did come up against as well. So I wonder if that gives them a little bit of an edge compared to, Major Pride and everything else, kind of knowing what they play like. And also these teams are obviously going to be able to, watch their videos back, watch the enemy teams' videos back from them qualifiers, and kind of get a preparation behind what's going to be an incredibly exciting series.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, but you kind of only can assume that the only knowledge that Orion still has of Major Pride is that season 1, very shaky, not quite knowing what they were getting themselves into. Obviously, they were a team coming from a different game as well. So even though they had that bond and they've been part of this roster for quite some time, a switch up of game is not always the easiest thing as well, because even if these games are a little familiar in terms of tempo and stuff like that, the heroes' abilities, the way that the shifting from maps and stuff like that is all going to be a little bit more foreign to them going into a new game, even if the roster is pretty consistent. Whereas obviously Urian had a pretty stacked roster from Beşiktaş Esports. That's not to sort of like discount this new roster, but we knew, and what I witnessed as well, that RUKH was probably the only mid lane was given props to by one of the Brazilian teams, and the Brazilian teams have a way bigger sort of experience within this game. So to get props from the Brazilian teams really shows obviously the whole caliber of RUKH on what was Beşiktaş Esports. So again, it's going to be really interesting to see how the new mid lane Yosa fills that boots of RUKH within Beşiktaş Esports.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we watched back the finals as well of that Turkey qualified. The S2G Esports versus Beşiktaş Esports, and obviously that was a series that probably could have gone either way. They did unfortunately lose that, and did mean that they come into this finals with the second seed in. You saw in the draw phase that all the first seeds are coming up against all of the second seeds. So if you did win that grand final in your qualifier and secure a first seed, you would quote unquote have an easier matchup against the second seed. But to be honest, no match is going to be easy in this LAN environment. No matchup is going to be easy with all these great teams coming through the qualifiers. But I'm very interested to see how they kind of bounce back from that, because before that they had a pretty smooth sailing qualifiers, through the quarterfinals and the semifinals. But it's just when they came up against S2G Esports, they kind of struggled a little bit. And even against Sangal as well, as you mentioned, that 30+ minute game felt like it lasted forever. There were so many objectives spawning, there were so many things happening, and so much stalling happening. That they need to try and improve that part of their game if they're going to want to go far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think between the Open Split finals and obviously now, you kind of hope that they have scrimmed or they've had some quite good sessions with their coaches, and the coaches kind of maybe even drawn on that weak part of the team is that late game closing, because I think it was the 30-minute match where they pretty much had a team comp that shouldn't have gone anywhere near as that far as that distance, because it was a very early, a very aggressive hero combination of in their teams as well. So again, I feel like it's just maybe a little bit of a team issue rather than a skill issue itself. Is just sort of like trying to know when to balance the macro and the micro into that late game, because the whole point of the Tempest Overlord, the Tempest Dragon, is to close the game out. But we saw like 2 Tempest Dragons come through, so it's not quite the closer that it should have been, and the struggle. But then I suppose that gives props over to S2G for being a fantastic late game team comp and being able to sort of resist that game closing mechanic from Beşiktaş Esports, which we saw them pick up. But yeah, again, a lot of great teams here coming through in the quarterfinals. Obviously, Major Pride and Beşiktaş Esports are going to be up next, are currently waiting for them to go ahead. But we've got the like of Stalwart Esports as well, and obviously the Vicious coming through today. And both of those teams played a very good Open Series 1 split. But looking over to sort of like the picks that we see these teams already gone through, the Clash laners like Nairon and Shizuki are pretty much within that same kind of pool of heroes. So you've got very Byron heavy picks. The only real difference is the fact that Shizuki picked up that lane and the Dharma, whereas we saw a very Mayeen heavy sort of rotation within that Clash lane for Beşiktaş Esports. And then if you look over to the likes of the jungle as well, it's a little bit of a different story, because the Jing comes through on the side of Olimski there on Major Pride, and Jing is nowhere to be seen on the side of Beşiktaş Esports. But however, they do favor picking up that new hero, Hu Huan, in the jungle. And as you watched with me, that final, the absolute sort of capability of this hero is just crazy. It's just the sustainability, the amount she can kind of do damage within these team fights as well. It's just one of those heroes that you kind of want to maybe ban out if you are going to be Major Pride. So I think that's probably what they may be focusing, is that Hu Huan in the later stage of the ban.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see a clash of compositions, especially because these cross-region ones, as you mentioned, all of these teams are going to have these picks that they feel comfortable on, that maybe other region, I keep saying other regions, but really other countries in this case, because we're in the EMEA finals. But these other qualifiers we maybe didn't see as much of. And I think that's really interesting to see that kind of clash of meta between so many different teams and so many different countries, because then it's really a case of, like you mentioned, do you go for things like the target bans? Do you target ban out heroes that maybe other teams are going to be really comfortable on, then they know how to play around? Or do you just target, or do you just ban out the heroes that that are going to be, really, really strong, across all of the series? There were these picks that were always pretty much banned in every single game, because these are just the strongest heroes at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what kind of approach both of these teams have going into this. But as the teams get ready for the draft, I want to hear your prediction, Blam, before we get into the draft, and while the teams are getting set up. We'll do kind of this little thing with predictions, between us, to see
absolutely
who we think. So yeah, give it to me. What's your prediction of this series?
I honestly want to be I don't know why, I've got like a maternal feeling towards Major Pride. Like, I really want them to do well, and I really want to kind of see like maybe either like a 2-0 or a 2-1 go over to them, just because I've kind of seen them in the Season 1 Invitational. I saw how hard it was for this team, and obviously they've been participating in certain CIS tournaments as well, so nothing quite as big as this, but little minor tournaments that allow them to sort of like build their character as a team. So I kind of feel like I want to be seeing Major Pride maybe topping this one for themselves. I think it'd be a great thing for them. Lack their better words, a Major Pride victory for them, because they haven't had one yet in one of these kind of tournaments. So I think it'd be fantastic for the organization to go through and maybe pick up a 2-1 maybe.
Okay, you're going for 2-1 Major Pride. I'm going to go the opposite way around. I'm going to go for 2-1 Beşiktaş. But hey, we're already going to see one of us maybe lose points already in this first round. But no, I think Beşiktaş has a lot of talented players on their team. They've proven that they can, do incredibly well as an organization as well. They have good backroom staff, and they have the support as well from the organization to do really well. I think like you mentioned, the upside of Major Pride is that they've been together now for so long that they've kind of built this synergy together. Obviously, at the start, the synergy wasn't unfortunately too great in terms of the Invitational Season 1, but it seems like slowly they're starting to build up confidence. Slowly they're starting to build up this synergy, and this is kind of their time to shine and their time to kind of prove that they can be one of the best in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, it's going back to Kinesis saying that they're very much like a family team, so more so like a family team rather than sort of like, oh, we'll just come together for scrims and then we'll go up our separate ways. They are a little bit more of a bond there, and I think sometimes within these organizations, it's nice to have those kind of things because, one, it's good for like character development of these players, and obviously we love to see these players grow, and two, you kind of see the difference of the way they treat each other on stage and stuff like that. That kind of plays into it. But I think if I was to give my prediction for game 2, match 2, I don't know which way I want to swing. Obviously, Stalwart Esports, we know some of those players personally. I would love for those guys to get through to the semi-finals. But the Vicious, formerly known as Omega Nemesis, did play really well in the Wildcard Open Series Split 1. So I honestly don't know how to draw that one.
You have to pick a bit later on. I'll let you wait for that one. We'll wait until the next series. You got time to wait. You got time to prepare yourself and wait for that one. But honestly, if you go for one of the teams, I'll be very disappointed with you, Blam. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, I mean, like you said, the Vicious was a team that you followed in the wild cards. A team that unfortunately did lose to HoK in the end, but didn't, it's kind of, I guess, like expected in a way. I think coming into this tournament, if you can think of favorites or teams that are looking the strongest at the moment, HoK are definitely up there as one of the strongest. Definitely going to be one of the strongest in terms of these finals and one of the favorites going in. As you mentioned as well, Stalwart, I think another team that are going to be incredibly strong. And it's kind of fitting as well that they're both on two opposite sides of the brackets as well, because I think if we do get that as a final, we're thinking days down the line here. We still got quarterfinals and semifinals to come up. But I mean, I think for us, kind of looking at these teams and analyzing the teams and kind of watching their games for so long, these two teams coming up against each other would be a gem of a finals come Sunday.
Yeah, it definitely would be. I mean, I've always thought that could potentially be the outcome, but like you said, we're still days away. There's still many things that could happen, and for a fact that none of these teams are actually going to show their trump cards in those Open Series Split 1 qualifiers. They are going to be keeping their cards quite close to their hearts there, and making sure that they have something stored up for their opponents, if not in quarterfinals, going into that semi-finals. Because I mean, if we start to look at the potential semi-finals that could be, it could be Major Pride going against Stalwart Esports, it could be Beşiktaş Esports going against the Vicious, it could also be Major Pride going against the Vicious and Beşiktaş Esports going against Stalwart. So again,
so
there's
many possibilities.
So many possibilities within that bracket. And again, like you said, each country has their own different meta. They pull their power from a different hero pool as well. So you'll see more picks on the side. I'm gonna say that Major Pride and Beşiktaş Esports pick more safer picks, whereas we've seen already evidently Stalwart Esports and the Vicious pick up generally different picks throughout the whole of the Split 1 series. Like, the only time in the Split 1 series have we seen Menki come through is Stalwart Esports. So again, not a very conventional jungle pick, maybe more so over in the Brazilian scene, but not quite over here in the MENA, because the last time we saw Menki actually be played on a stage like this was VKS, which being a Brazilian team. So it's clear that Stalwart Esports sort of look towards across the sea to find out what their inspiration is to pick up these new hero comps and stuff like that. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these different regions metas actually come into clash in either the quarterfinals or the semifinals.
Just what I thought I saw a caller on the phone there for a second.
I think it was. I think it was.
I think one of the players had little callers. I actually got a caller. Have you got a caller when you play? Do you play with a little caller, or is it?
No, mine's built into my phone.
Oh, okay. Big boy over here already built into the phone. Doesn't need an extra cooler on the top of that or anything. He's already got the inbuilt cooler.
I don't need that incumbent coming from my gameplays. My gameplay is already trash already. So having that big thing on the back of my phone, it's just going to make me even worse. So.
You was able to carry me earlier. It's all good. You're able to carry my games earlier.
That was me without my cooler. That was me without my cooler.
You see. Okay. So the cooler. So you're saying the cooler is actually a debuff?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, it nerves me hard.
And now we're gonna have to count the callers now. How many callers did Beşiktaş have compared to Major Pride, and who's actually gonna lose that? I mean, there you go. That's the pinnacle difference there. It's gonna be who has the amount of callers.
It's the unofficial nerf.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I mean, it's really cool to see all of these players in a LAN environment, which is why we're going to have like a small delay here to the start of the game. We're just making sure the players are comfortable, making sure that all their audios and everything are getting prepared and everything is ready to go. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not there at the LAN this time, but I'm sure they're all having a great time there in Abu Dhabi, being able to. I think for some of these players, especially with some of these teams as well, this might be the first time that these players meet each other, because playing online and playing from so many different countries and things like that as well. It's kind of nice to have that team feel of everyone coming together. Some of them, like Major Pride, for example, would have seen each other before, but some of these other players from other teams might be the first time they're seeing their teammates, which is a great feeling, and it really builds, like we've mentioned it before, kind of that team synergy in a way, and kind of that family spirit that Major Pride were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have a positive effect on the teams going forward, is meeting up with their teammates that they may have not seen before. But like you say, Major Pride, they saw them each other within Season 1, and because they're all from the same region, I can imagine that they all were very close as well. So, but over to the side of Beşiktaş Esports, it may be the fact that Ryan's first time meeting all his other teammates. Well, obviously he's been speaking to them for quite some time, because obviously scrims and whatnot going on. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I suppose it's more than just a competition. It's more of sort of, you get to know people, because down the line you may be on the same roster of these players, because if it's anything like the Brazilian region, they generally go across from teams to teams within tournaments. So I can imagine that being friendlier with a lot more of the players is probably a better thing to do, rather than being like, oh well, they're my opponents, I don't want to know anything about them. These guys, I want them smashed into the ground with the 2-0. So, and then you find out like 6 months down the line, it's like, oh, who's our mid lane? Oh, it's him. Oh, I was really rude to him on the LAN. So, can we find someone else? No, you fix that bridge.
The bridge needs to be fixed. Unfortunately, it might not be fixed for them sort of players in that situation. I think it's like, I think all of these players are probably going to be talking to each other anyway, even from different teams, as you mentioned, everyone coming together in a LAN environment. We've both experienced a LAN environment as well, everyone kind of coming together. Even if you are from different teams, you're all kind of there for the same game, for the same purpose as well. But then you have to put your head forward and make sure that you concentrate on these games as well. The stuff behind the scenes, they probably would have done a lot of preparation yesterday with the draw obviously happening yesterday. They probably would have done a lot of preparation in the evenings to make sure that they're fully prepared for this series. Speaking of the series, and obviously when we get into draft as well, kind of about the heroes as well. With you casting the Wildcards Open as well, what are you expecting in terms of what are the heroes that maybe we're expecting to see today, and what's the reason behind maybe some of them heroes we're expecting to see?
Well, I can kind of guarantee that no matter what region you are from, which country you are from, that Dolia and the Chow ban are always going to come through. It seems like a priority pickup in that ban phase, but you have actually seen Major Pride have picked up the no, I don't think it is actually. No, it's Beşiktaş Esports. So Major Pride, actually two different sides of the spectrum. Major Pride have picked up Daochan, the Chow, sorry. Oh my gosh, got that completely wrong. They picked that hero up 2 times, whereas over onto Beşiktaş Esports, they managed to pick up the Dolia quite a few times as well. So both of these quite OP in their own respect heroes have actually made a appearance on both of these teams, and something like the Chow is something I would have never thought that Major Pride would have picked up because of the not only the skill cap but the complete potential this hero holds with the teleport mechanic, also synergizing with heroes like Fuzi as well, but it doesn't always have to be Fuzi that comes through. We've seen fantastic Ali and the Chow synergy from the likes of Brazil as well, with the parasol placement being placed onto the teleport, going in for an aggressive Ali takedown, and then teleporting back into the parasol. Then you're already back at base, and then you're back to the team. And then speaking of backups, we are looking like we're getting into the nitty gritty, and we see that Dolia and Ali on the board already for Major Pride. And then over to the side of Beşiktaş Esports, we see the Lamb ban come through. So the little assassin himself, the one that I always ban in my solo queue games, is gone.
Yeah, the Ali ban, no surprise, obviously with Doya as well, with the Lam ban as well, and a lot of different bans, but it does leave open the Zhang Fei as well, as something that you was kind of talking to me about as well with the Zhang Fei, great supportive hero, but also a hero that can also take the smite as well and kind of work to secure the objectives later on. So already the upper advantage there to Major Pride being able to get this pickup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think its only function would be the dual smite. We've generally seen it within the Open Series 1 split, but again, it's just an absolute asset to have on your team. You have the shield, you have the pushback, you have the unbridled rage, which means that you literally go, you supersize, you get a lot of health, and you get a lot of shield as well. So if you have heroes on your team that need that distance pushing back, and speaking of the heroes that need the distance, we have that Ganmo coming through on the side of Major Pride. So with the couple's blades being long range and short range, they can absolutely pack a punch, and utilizing that with Zhang Fei within those team fights is going to be a huge pickup here for Major Pride.
Yeah, on the side of Beşiktaş as well, we've got the pocket pick, you could call, for Orion, the Mosey going down most likely in that support, with that long range stun being super obnoxious as well. And also a mid laner that I personally have a few mixed opinions about, the Mai coming into the mid lane. I think compared to these kind of control mages that normally get picked in this mid lane, Mai is a hero that doesn't have the same sort of clearing potential, but has that roam potential, has that playmaking potential that maybe these other mid laners might not have, which could be a big difference in this game.
Yeah, and then we look at over the bans there. So the Chow also does get banned out there in the first phase. So Dolia the Chow, I mean, don't call me Nostradamus, but I've been here before. That ban coming through was pretty predictable. But then we get that pocket pickup ban there from the side of Beşiktaş Esports, taking out the Jing. Like I did say in the introduction, we saw Alimski pick up the Jing in the Series 1, Open Series Split 1. qualifier, and obviously it played fantastically because they went 4-0 against RUKH Esports. But then over to the side of Major Pride, they do ban out RNG, which is probably one of the most picked farm lane heroes in the entire Open Series. If I look at my spreadsheets and all the different statistics that people are posting online, that RNG is not a unfamiliar face when it comes to statistics. He is definitely part and a statistic within himself.
Yeah, we've still got both farm laners to actually be picked up, if I'm not mistaken, on both of these two teams. So it's interesting that Beşiktaş are focusing towards these junglers. Also, Masashi being banned away. Again, a credible hero with a lot of incredible lockdown as well. As you mentioned on the side of Major Pride, the RNG being banned, the Marco Polo, I believe, also getting banned there as well. So a lot of farm laners being banned away, but it still leaves open a few that can be picked up. We've seen the Garo be pretty strong in a few different games. Fang is still open as well, or you can go for something, you know, super aggressive like Luben. So a few different options there in the farm lane that both these teams can pick up.
Yeah, I think historically with Major Pride, when we see the Zhang Fei come through, we could potentially see the Huang Zhang come through as well, because throughout the Open Series Split 1, they generally paired those two heroes up together, because if you have the Unbridled Rage pushback and then you have Huang Zhang with the distance of that range, it's going to be huge for them. But looking at that Heino pick there, it could be Major Pride picking up Heino as their jungler. So I've only ever seen this in the Brazilian region with VKS in particular. So whether they decide to still build him a mage, or are they going to build him as a tank, as I've seen VKS Danny build it, and then we see that Lady Sun does come through. So again, a late game hero on their side. So Major Pride are really sort of trying to keep it in for the late game, because it's all about making sure that Lady Sun is able to farm up. She's more than likely going to be left down into the farm lane all on her own. But looking over to Beşiktaş Esports, they do pick up that really sought for jungle hero, Hu Huan there, the mage with the sustain, and then you've also got Hu Yi. So the ult from downtown, the longer that ult travels, the longer that stun is for you, buddy. So you better take cleanse. So
I think I remember us watching a game of Beşiktaş as well, and they did this exact same kind of duo with the farm laner and also the support as well. The multiple crowd control chain that you can kind of build on top of each other is super obnoxious to go against. You know, when you're just hit by all this crowd control, and there is quite a lot of crowd control in Honor of Kings, it can be very, very difficult to escape. But going back to your Heino point as well, as you mentioned, you know, a hero that's normally played in that mid lane obviously does have like the range form and the melee form as well, which I think is very interesting as a hero. But going to be interesting to see how it performs in the jungle, something that we definitely don't see too much.
Yeah, I mean, I was super taken back when I first saw this for the first time in the HoK BR 2024, but I was really excited when by the end of the match, because it did play very effectively, because this hero has great poke, and then if you start to build that tankiness around this hero, it's then just going to be another front line for you that can sort of just teleport back to, because his ultimate can teleport back to the last point where he dashed. So being on that map, knowing where that point is probably going to be the weak point of Heino there. But like you were saying about the Muzi and the Hu Yi, obviously these are two very obnoxious stuns, but I'd say on the side of Major Pride, they've really built their team comp to be not susceptible to it, because they don't have many heroes that need to dive in. They have the Zhang Fei that's able to push them all the way. They have Gammo, as we know, can clear some beautiful damage with the Couple's Blade from afar. And obviously, once he enhances his Couple's Blade with his ultimate, we've seen like heroes' health go from like 80 to 0 in the matter of like 0.5 seconds, something absolutely crazy like that. So I can kind of expect that Gammo is going to receive a lot of pressure in the early game, and maybe try and see a lot of pickups for Beşiktaş Esports onto that hero in the mid lane.
And here we go. We're finally ready to get into game. Major Pride versus Beşiktaş. Our first game in this series, and our first game of the Open Series finals as well. Again, it's going to be super interesting to see how these two teams are going to be pairing up. As mentioned, you can see Overlord there on the Zhongfei picking up the smite as well, but already some pressure happening in this mid lane. As you mentioned, you know, these roaming supports are going to be constantly around the map, and we're going to have to see kind of positioning of these two supports as well to see where their rotations lie and where they can get advantages around the map.
Yeah, so you could already see that Muzi was already being used as a intelligence pickup there, trying to find out which camp that Heino started off, and he's currently found him that he's on that red side of the map. But we've already seen a big presence already in that mid lane as well for Gan and Mo, so you can kind of see these things are playing out already the way we were on about in the introduction into game one. And Zhongfei, obviously, very present up into the top side of the map, so we're going to see some more of that Clash core gameplay where Byron and Zhongfei go hand in hand, because even though Byron is a great early game hero, when you're going against a very high skill hero like the Mayeen, if you can land the right combos, you can kind of negate a lot of the damage that he's going to do to you. And we know from Mayeen's passive, she's able to stand still and gain health. And I mean, what kind of hero does you don't really want to be against that hero 1v1, knowing that you've like exhausted all your skills going in, and then you're like, oh, she's going to be like really low HP. I've just got to really just try and like catch her out. And then all of a sudden, she's like, oh no, I've just been sat at base and I'm full HP again. So GG, bro.
I mean, you can see that you know, you're talking about the Byron being super aggressive during the early game. I think it's interesting that you can already see that rotation already from the early game, from Zhongfei going on into that clash lane at the top side, you know, kind of giving that advantage over to Byron. As you mentioned, you know, as an early game champion, you want that advantage over the Mayeen. God, it's going to take me some time to get used to some of these hero names. But yeah, you kind of want that early advantage, because like you said, the scaling of Mayeen, but also kind of the difference in terms of playmaking potential, I think, as well, between the two heroes is pretty big. Like Mayeen can do some pretty pop-off things later on as well. So again, all eyes are going to be on these supportive heroes, during the early game, to make sure that, you know, you're able to keep track of where everyone is on the map.
Absolutely. But again, we're just having a little bit of a technical difficulty here. It's just one of the players must be having some sort of issue with their systems, but we'll get right back into the action when we can. But yeah, from those team comps, they do look very solid into game one. There's no sort of trying to think of, oh, well, we'll try these kind of cheeky picks going into game one, see if we can kind of bait the enemy team's trump plays, so those picks that they were holding off on in the Open Series split qualifiers. So there was none of that, which I really enjoy, but then there was also some little spicy pickups there, like the Heino in the jungle, something that is coming from a completely different region, because we don't really see it within the CIS region either. So with Beşiktaş Esports going for something that's a little bit more tried and tested, you know that because they had a shaky Open Split 1 qualifier, they're going to try and sort of come out into the semifinals on the strongest foot. So I can't blame them for going for something that is going to be a little bit more comfortable for them.
I mean, as you mentioned before, you know, a lot of these teams are not really going to show kind of their pocket pits in terms of the qualifiers, but when it gets to these LAN events, when it gets to these tournaments, this is kind of what all the preparation has been building up for. All these pocket picks that you've been building up, all these heroes that you want to kind of bring out as a surprise factor and something that might catch the enemy off guard. This is where you bring it up as well. One hero as well we didn't really talk too much about, which is something that we both find quite interesting as well, is the Yuhan, hopefully I'm saying the name right, in the jungle as well for Beşiktaş. More of a supportive hero in the jungle compared to, you know, some of these assassins that you're expecting to see really in the jungle, with some of them being banned away. Normally paired with heroes like Doria. Obviously with Doria being banned away, it's a bit difficult, but what kind of play style are you expecting from this more supportive style jungler from someone like, you know, Yuhan for Beşiktaş?
So we've seen it already. We saw it in the qualifier finals, where we saw Yuhan being used as a bait mechanic, basically, like we saw with that fight towards the end, where we saw that S2G kind of decided to re-engage with it when we was like really not quite sure what was going on. We was like, Musashi, no, don't go in, they're baiting you, she's literally going to go up in the air and you can't target her. And then everything was history from that point. So I kind of hope it's not going to be to that point or to that detriment for Major Pride, because if they fall into that same trap, then it's going to be an easy, especially when you go into that 10 to 15 minute region of the game, if that's your kind of wipeout points, and say for example first tier turret's gone down in the mid lane, you've managed to steal or secure the Overlord or the Shadow Overlord, and you've got a Vanguard rocking down that mid lane, it's pretty much going to be either a huge detriment to the mid lane, or game one it will be over that quick. And I think that's the key role of this hero, is that you may think you have her caught out, but then she can go alley-oop into the air, like you said. If she was paired with Dolia, she can go alley-oop twice, and that's kind of just like you've got the nightmare, and then you've got the second nightmare, pretty much like an inception of nightmares going on in that game, and that's the kind of situation you don't want to be finding yourself into. But I feel like Major Pride going for something that's not very sort of, it doesn't rely on a massive engage, because, like I said, they have the Zhongfei with the push away, they have the Ganamo with the range. Obviously, Byron, we're going to be seeing as towards the end of the game, is going to be one of those heroes that's going to be able to dive in, get out, and then, like we've seen him being played before, he'll hide in the brush somewhere, and then before you know it, he's back in with his ultimate, because his ultimate has quite a low cooldown, and then he does a lot of damage and gets that shield as well when he goes back in for a re-engage. So again, you can kind of see what these teams are going for with both of these team comps.
Yeah, exactly that. It looks like at the moment we're having unfortunately, Urian, it seems like, having a bit of difficulties there, just trying to get things sorted with that one. But yeah, I think it's very interesting to see, kind of what sort of play style these two teams are kind of looking for. I think you have so much range on the side of Major Pride, but all these, squishy heroes that you can try and pick up can be caught by the likes of the long range stun from Mosey, the long range stun from Huyi as well. And I think trying to keep Huyi alive in the farm lane is going to be key here for Beşiktaş. Reason why they've probably gone for this more supportive jungler, which is normally paired with kind of an immobile farm laner like Huyi, doesn't really have any sort of dashes or any sort of escape mechanics, kind of relies on the crowd control with his ultimates, being able to catch out and being the ones to initiate and being the ones to engage first. And then you can follow that up by Mosey stun and everything else in between as well. And then you can look to try and dive in with the assassin mid laner. So it's really interesting. Like I say, it would have been paired perfect with Doria. I think it's just when I first saw the hero, and I was just like, oh, she's dead. And then suddenly out of nowhere, half her HP just comes back, and then she's like 4 HP again. And then she has all her healing thanks to her kit as well. And I'm just like, okay, that's a little bit strong. Just being able to be untargetable, go back to basically half HP and not have any problems at all, and just join a team fight like nothing happened. And that can kind of bait out the ultimates of the enemy team as well. Them alternates being baited out means that you can kind of get an advantage in a fight by just the hero itself being, like you said, that sort of bait in the end.
Yeah, more of a bait and switch mechanic. And like you was alluding to there with the Mosey and the Huyi pick. So Mosey he's basically going to be the equivalent of an escape artist for the likes of a immobile farm lane hero like Huyi. So we're going to be seeing that Mosey or long range stun come through just so he can aid his farm lane to get out of there. But speaking on the topic of farm lanes, we really haven't really touched much onto Lady Sun, because again, this is a hero that was only picked once on the side of Major Pride by Kinesis, compared to the likes of the Derenji. They played Musashi down in the farm lane at one point, paired with Gaigozi, so that would have been really cool to see. Again, a really different kind of approach to that that bot lane. The only time you ever see another melee hero down in the bot lane is when you have the Chow and Fuzi come through. So the Masashi and the Guy-Guzi is a little bit of a, oh, okay, that's spicy. So maybe if they get a little bit confident in this game one, maybe we'll see that going into game two. Because, however, Masashi was banned on the side of Beşiktaş Esports. But back over to Lady Sun, I feel like if they're able to keep that focus onto Gammo, because we've seen before where Gammo has pretty much been going into the 10th minute where it's 0-4. He's got a few assists because he's not been able to sort of like close those kills. But then you start to see the likes of the Lady Sun outpacing the enemy HoK. So in terms of gold, in terms of items, and towards the end, as soon as she starts building that Daybreaker, that all-important power spiking item in that late game, she's going to be potentially the win condition for Major Pride, because if you leave that little lady alone, she can push those waves very fast. She has a very fast auto attack as well. She can use her long range rocket as well to sort of try and even check bushes if she's going alone. But if you manage to get like a wipeout for the teams, you can then just literally allow Lady Sun to keep going in that farm lane and dominating the macro.
No, definitely. I think so much burst damage that Lady Sun can dish out as well. You know, if she's able to, you know, kind of tumble away from the likes of, you know, who is ultimate, for example, you know, that could be such an incredible play later on as well to kind of see how things shape up there. You know, in terms of the mid lane as well, that Ganamo, I think is going to be really interesting to kind of see what happens there. I think with, like you mentioned, that long range poke that he has can be a little bit difficult to land though, and I think against the likes of the assassin in the mid lane as well, I think will be very interesting. You kind of saw the support of Beşiktaş at the start, you know, kind of going towards that mid lane, kind of being able to help Mai in that mid lane, being able to keep the pressure up there against Ganamo, kind of pushing him underneath the tower so he doesn't have to kind of be as aggressive, I guess, and get poked out by the likes of Ganamo.
Yeah, I mean, Mai may not be the inherent focus for Gammo. I feel like into those team fights, maybe HoK, with being so quite immobile, being not be able to get out of there, the only thing he's going to be relying on to get out of those team fights is his flash. So Ganmo just being able to sit in a bush somewhere, as long as he's got that vision, as long as he's got Zhongfei pushing a hero like HoK, you've kind of got that given intel that you know where to arch those blades to. So just before we get back into game one, guys, we are just going to go for a very short break. So don't go anywhere. We should be back very, very soon.
Bu arada Yosa iyi dürtüldü orada. Ama üç kişi arasında inanılmaz! İnanılmaz, maçın her şeyi değişti!
Побежали, пытается кого-то стянуть, очень неплохо получается со скачка, и там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать. У нас товарищ Жесуйский, дэмэджа хватало, они пикофнули уже троих, идет до конца Олимпский, опять же летят кинжалы, летят кресты. Получится ли побить? Да, он неплохо подтягивает, надо урон еще немножечко влить. Как же Олимпский все еще выживает, да ладно, это дунь, это просто какая-то пушка.
Son kurşununu atmaya çalışacak S2G, yetebilir bir skor görüyoruz da Koruru'dan. Ardından Uryan girdi oraya, Uryan skoru aldı ama
الان عمالنا نشوف في محاولة دايف ممكن تكون موجودة بالنسبة لري. هل في معك الالتيميت؟ هل عندك القدرة ان تكون تانكي كفاية؟ اكيد الالتيميت راح تكون موجودة. الستان ما راح يكون كافي، وهذا معناه انه حمدان ممكن يودعنا الان بالفايت. باي باي يا صديقي. فريق ستيلورد دومينيتنج بهذه المباراة بعد ما يجيب الكوادرا كل.
At the back of the queue, trying to do some damage there. We see a takedown from KK. Yun's down, Dream's down, Fable is down.
Everyone, welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series EMEA Finals. Hopefully, we should be able to get into our first series very, very shortly, where we'll be seeing Major Pride up against Beşiktaş. But kind of to step away from the game itself, you know, kind of talking about the whole tournament, just to remind everyone, these are the best teams in EMEA as well. The 8 best teams as well coming into this tournament. They're all playing in a LAN in Abu Dhabi, and the winner gets a ticket to that Season 2 Invitational in Honor of Kings, which will be happening very, very soon as well. And also the prize pool is pretty nice, $23,000 as well. So a lot for these teams to play for, Blam.
Absolutely. I mean, I would definitely be there if I was a player and I was playing for all those kind of things. The prestige for Season 2 Invitational and some cash in my pocket. And we get Season 1 kicking off right now. Okay, let's go. So, like we are now getting back into it, fingers crossed there is now minimal technical difficulties because I'm ready for my action buds to be soaked, and Mike already going in with some really aggressive engages. This is something completely different that we were seeing in those open split qualifiers. Is hello poking at minute 1? Can we stop touching each other, please, and farm?
Everything happening right now. The supports are roaming around. Luckily, that support for Overlord was there in time to be able to help out in a way as well. Yoshua is roaming down here as well, also trying to give a little bit of a helping hand. You're seeing at the moment how strong Overlord can be on this support right now, you know, roaming around, giving the shielding, as you mentioned, you know, to the team, as Rungfei with the shielding is so really annoying to deal with. You know, if you're able to do this multiple times during a fight as well, it can really make a big difference. But you can see that already the mid laner here, Gangamo, being zoned away from that mid lane priority by Mei, who's just kind of walking around at the moment, kind of doing her own thing. She doesn't care too much about the mid lane. She wants to roam and try and get an advantage through dealing damage.
Yeah, that Mai is definitely not shy. She's literally on the blue side of the jungle and just like, you know what, I'm here, but we missed the first blood. So Kinesis picking up that kill onto no PC there. So well played to Major Pride, picking up the first blood of the match. That's going to be a nice, juicy little bit of bonus gold for them there going through into game 1. But like you were saying, Stu, that Zhongfei is going to be really annoying because when you think that you've got your enemy farm lane caught out, he can give the shield, he can push you back, he can really create a divide between you and the enemy farm lane as well. So again, this is what's going to be the main priority here for Major Pride, is keeping that Lady Sun alive.
Lady Sun there being able to get that rocket onto no PC, being able to get the kill there, that extra range as well, doing incredibly well to get an advantage already. And as we mentioned, you know, all it is about these farm laners kind of keeping themselves alive, which is going to be super important when it gets to these later game fights as well, to see who can stay alive and who cannot. But there's a bit of a fight happening Clash Lane as well. Flash has to be used as well by Suzuki, and the tower dive comes in. A kill returned for Beşiktaş, and it goes over to Nyrone.
Yep, that was one for me. Thank you in the Clash Lane there, but that was a complete assault. But downtown also from you. HoYi takes down Ganmo there in the mid lane, as we thought that Major Pride had a little bit of a skip in their step. They get it completely floor swept with that ult from HoYi from downtown and completely taken out Gammo there. So that brings Beşiktaş Esports up to 2-1 now. Zhongfei was already getting into a bit of complication down into the bot side around that Tyrant. We can currently see that Beşiktaş Esports are all around the Tyrant. Who's going to give it over to Huan? Manages to pick up the jungle objective, but Zhongfei is not willing to let that Muzi get out. He deals a lot of damage, pushes him into the wall, but he manages to get out still with that obnoxious long-range stun of skill 1.
A beautiful play there from Beşiktaş. That long-range arrow, as you mentioned as well. So much focus from Beşiktaş at the moment is going towards this Gunner Mo in the mid lane, trying to shut down the Gunner Mo, which I think is a very viable strategy, trying to stop that long-range poke, trying to get Gunner Mo behind. And that pick in the mid lane meant that they had set up around that Tyrant as well, getting that little bit of extra damage bonus as well for the next minute or so. So not only do they have a little bit of a goal lead at the moment, and also feels like they have a bit of advantage on the map at the moment in terms of rotations and trying to get some extra plays going around, but also they have a little bit of damage buff to give them a bit of help in hand in this early game.
Yeah, also getting that sort of chain lightning effect on their basic attacks as well is always going to be an extra bit of poke that you don't want to be really receiving on your hero. Your designated hero does not want any more unnecessary health being taken away. But nice phase check there by the Redski in the mid lane. So Ganmo using his couple blades to check those rushes, because there seems to be another gather around in the middle lane. Again, they definitely want to be all brawls out. The stun onto the Olimski as well, but again, untargetable. HooYun couldn't do anything to it. There's that stun again. We are seeing Urian really showing why this Mosey is his pocket pick. He loves this pick. He loves landing those stuns.
I mean, you're seeing how annoying it could be to deal with as well, and also the same as well by Separan, also trying to just do that little bit of poke damage later on. But you're seeing how aggressive Yosa has been playing. I mean, this has been happening this whole game already. Yosa's always looking to try and looking towards the enemy jungle, trying to pick out Ganamo where he can and trying to get that little bit of advantage there. But so far, nothing too crazy has happened too far. The gold lead is still roughly about the same, and we'll have to kind of wait until potentially the next objectives kind of spawn around. But there's no towers gone down yet. Nothing crazy has happened in terms of a fight. It's just a few little pokes happening back and forth, and just these rotations from these supports trying to get an advantage.
Yeah, you can kind of see like the efforts here already that they are trying to sort of get a little bit up on the mental game here, because these clashes can be quite sort of fatiguing to your team if you keep forcing these team fight clashes when you really have a different mission in your mind, like with the Lady Sun. Because you're baiting that Lady Sun into these team fights, she's now having to think, right, okay, I can't farm up, I can't get to my late game before HooYi, and I won't be able to get that maximum sort of potential on this hero. But Olimski and Redski here, the untargetable, the OPness, but there is that CC immune recall there, so a little bit of a negating HooYun is OP plays there with that untargetability or with that recall from Olimski on the Hano. So it seems like that this hero's going head-to-head with HooYun. Maybe this is the way we need to go, but we're currently, as I was alluding to in the pickups, that they are going to go for a tanky Hano build.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with this Hano is it kind of works very similarly to this pick from Serpent as well, kind of that untargetability, and also just being able to teleport back to like his little clone as well. So we can kind of play aggressive and dash in and go for these crazy plays, but they both kind of working in the same way. It's like, oh, you can dash in, you can become untargetable, you can heal up. Hey, I can do the same thing as well, and I can do the exact same strategy. And they're both in the same situation. But again, Ganamo gets picked in the mid lane, the long range stump from the Mosey and HooYi as well. That combo that we were talking about in that farm lane, working wonders at the moment for Beşiktaş.
Yeah, Beşiktaş currently on a 3-1. They are up with the kills, they're up with the gold, and they have both of the jungle objectives right now. So they have the Overlord, they have the Tyrant. The second Tyrant is up, but speaking of being up goes the Mosey, but I think about to clash that kill. Oh, Zhongfei with the Unbridled Rage pushback manages to clip Mosey there as well, and now the beast is online. We see the takedown of Mai as well. Down goes Mai for the Byron, but HooYi comes through, takes down Lady Sun. So down goes one of their big damage outputs, and they don't have Ganmo here either, so it's going to be really troublesome for them to try and take back some claim to that team fight there.
Yeah, Ganamo again in base being caught out through mid lane. Beşiktaş saw that as a bit of an advantage, but the snipe in the end from the support from Zhongfei was really smart, but it's very difficult for him to kind of escape afterwards. We are seeing how these team fights are starting to kind of go about it. It's all about these frontliners trying to dash in, trying to make space for the rest of the team. Unfortunately for HooYi, couldn't really do that much damage in the fight because he took so much poke damage, but look at this, every single time that Urian has the advantage. Look, Mosey everywhere on the map at the moment trying to land these long-range stuns, and when they hit, they have so much follow-up afterwards as well from like the assassins from Mai, the Clash lane as well, also being able to dive back in. So it's really interesting to see the strategy from Beşiktaş, and so far it's working pretty well, but it hasn't given them a big enough advantage yet where they feel like they're in full control.
Yeah, the full control kind of now falls into swing here, depending on who gets to pick up these new shadow-formed jungle objectives. But speaking of objectives, we are seeing a little bit of a macro play down in the bot lane from HoYi and Muzi. They do pick up that second-tier turret for themselves, so already Major Pride are majorly down in the turret game. They do pick up the Shadow Vanguard. This is where they need to make that Vanguard a little bit fruitful, but Nyrone manages to take down Kinesis. Lady Sun gets caught out in that close quarter combat, which we know she is not good at doing because you have to roll out. That's your only way in. Rampage onto the Ganmo as well. This is looking like a Beşiktaş close down in game one. Even though they lose the Shadow Overlord, they are winning the aggressive laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, it was really smart there from Beşiktaş. You know, they realized that they didn't really have the advantage coming into the Overlord. They didn't have the positioning advantage, but so they were like, okay, we're going to take the gold instead from the tower. We're going to take the damage from the Tyrant, and they're just going to keep on fighting and keep taking more kills as well. They don't care about the extra minions that can spawn. They don't care about the Vanguards that can spawn. They just want to fight, and they want the extra damage. And it looks like they're looking extremely confident as well now, and they have a sizable advantage.
Where did our 30-minute plus Beşiktaş Esports go? I mean, this is completely different. They're currently at 11 minutes. They are pretty much farming and smurfing the lane game, because currently down in the bot lane, the higher ground turret is literally the last bastion to the crystal there. So again, it's going to be very tricky for Major Pride to come back here, because the more and more the Beşiktaş Esports pushes them back, the less they're going to have in terms of real estate in their jungle, to feel safe, to know that there's not going to be an enemy waiting in a brush nearby. It's literally Beşiktaş Esports are on the right track to making this a banger of a victory in game one already.
Yeah, a lot of confidence from Beşiktaş coming out of the moment, a lot of decisiveness, which we kind of questioned a little bit about Beşiktaş going into these finals. You know, do they have the right strategies? Do they have the right mindset as well? See Yosa just stay in the bush there, trying to lock down Ganamo, the long-range sniper as well, and it goes in again, time and time again. This HoYi does not miss at all, and so does Mosey, hitting Lady Sun in the back, but being able to flash away there to safety. But now you're seeing how obnoxious this Mosey can be when Beşiktaş get ahead. The hero can just go over walls, land the long-range stuns just like this underneath the towers, and it makes it so difficult for Major Pride to actually defend against the towers. They might not even be able to defend it at all. Maybe the tower dive has gone a bit too far, though. They're taking a lot of tower damage. But in the end, it does look like Beşiktaş are going to get away with the members' advantage. They're looking to dive straight in. Oh my, going really aggressive there. Ganamo even coming back alive there. But a stun from HoYi in the end. Doing enough. But Beşiktaş, they're looking so much more aggressive than what we expected.
Yeah, that's not a tale you can normally tell. When you see a hero flip right in between a higher ground turret and that crystal, that's normally game over. But no, Nyrone was just like, nah, I've got this. I'm just going to jump over here. I'm going to do a bit of parkour, and I'm going to get back into their jungle. And that's exactly what Nyrone did. He's pretty much seeming unfazed from that whole thing, because he's now back up into the clash lane, looking to push a little bit more in the clash lane as well, because as you can see, the second tier turret there is looking pretty low. But Beşiktaş now giving up to the red buff to HoYi just to give him some more damage as well. This is pretty much a secured Shadow Overlord for Beşiktaş Esports, so the first Shadow Lord for themselves in this game. And I think if they manage to secure this, their laning priorities, their laning strategy is only going to get much better at this point, because we're already seeing a Major Pride that's struggling to defend that base.
Yeah, I wonder where this Shadow Overlord is going to be used. I wonder if they just try and end the game right now. They can try and use it in this mid lane and try and end the game. They've also got Nyrone pushing in that clash lane as well, trying to create pressure in multiple sources around the map, which makes it so difficult for Major Pride. It's being dropped. It looks like in the mid lane it was dropped. So they're trying to create the pressure with the Vanguards in the mid lane, but also trying to create pressure in that clash lane as well. And it was, it looks like actually was used in the farm lane in the end. So hey, 3 sources of just constant pressure at the moment for Major Pride to try and decide what they want to defend in the end is going to make it extremely difficult.
Oh, absolutely, especially with this aggressive push already. It's a barrage of attacks from the side of Beşiktaş Esports, and then knowing that your only wave that was pushed was farm lane is just been decimated by the Shadow Overlord is pretty much a heartbreaking feeling. You'd be like, oh, man, if we could have won a team fight there, we could probably potentially push that farm lane, but there's a few long-range trading blows there. Uriah wasn't able to successfully land that CC onto one of them, but it lands it again onto a Limsky because that cooldown is just so low at this point in the match. But again, all higher ground turrets are taken. They are at ground zero. What can Major Pride do to come back from this major defeat that is inevitable in game one?
Yeah, Major Pride needs to come up with a miracle now. They need to come up with a team fight or something. But unfortunately, it just seems like this Ganon Mo was just shut down way too much in this early game. You can see kind of the gold difference at the moment. Ganon Mo only having 8,000 gold in this game makes it extremely difficult for even him to be able to clear these vanguards, clear these minions, because normally Ganamo is really good with that. You can clear through these minions fairly quickly, you can clear through the vanguards pretty quickly, and you can defend the base pretty well. But as you mentioned, with all three of these high ground towers being taken down, all of these super minions coming in as well now, it's going to be so difficult for them to defend it. And you can see that Mosey's like playing the front line at the moment, it seems like at the moment. Like, he doesn't care. Orion doesn't care at all. The killing spree comes through from Huyi, and the long-range snipes have just been on point this game. They land it again onto Gun and Mo. The lockdown of the crowd control is too much. It looks like Beşiktaş are going to take game number one here. Or do they just want more kills? It looks like they don't want to take the crystal yet. They want to ride it onto Major Pride. They want to take more kills. They want to absolutely destroy them. And you can see Yosa celebrations after that first game, a very convincing game from Beşiktaş, and they're looking good in this series.
Like I said, what happened to our 30-plus minute Beşiktaş Esports? They are clearly in the zone. Uriah just happy with himself, sat there like, I probably landed 95% of my skill one on Muzi. Those stuns were just coming from left, right, center, across the map it seemed, but he was always nearby in those combat situations as well. But yeah, fair play to Beşiktaş Esports. It's definitely a different beast that we saw from that Split 1 qualifier finals, where we saw those 30-minute matches coming through. They had no trouble finishing off that game.
I feel sorry for the Ganamo in that game. I have to say, you know, them long-range snipes from Mosey and Huyi are just so obnoxious to deal with. And I think it was really well played by Beşiktaş, you know, kind of playing around the lane that we was, you know, at the start saying that not that sort of hero that can really come up against Ganamo, because she doesn't have the range. She's more of an assassin rather than this control mage. You saw the roam in the early game from Mosey, kind of getting that pressure in that mid lane. And constantly, time and time again, every single time the Huyi had that ultimate available, focus straight onto the Ganamo. And once that hits, that's it. It's lights out for the Ganamo, and was just put so far behind this game that makes it really difficult to even try and turn things around.
Yeah, I was pretty much considered at one point that Uriah and No PC literally just like looked at each other with their phones and was like, yeah, press. There we go, sorted. Because he just always hit so beautifully. It was as if they was just looking at each other's phones like, yep, let's go, press that one, let's go. Land both stuns. Ganamo's out for like a 10-second stun. He's down. But like we were saying in the ban phase, that Gammo was more than likely going to be that target in the early game because of the Muzi pickup as well. Because, like you say, Mai having to struggle against the Gammo because of the lack of the range, more of an assassin kind of mage. Having that Muzi on your team was going to be the closing deal within that one. And as we know, Uriah is one of his pocket picks. He likes that pickup. He generally plays it quite often, but I can assume we're going to see that Muzi does get banned in game 2. But that's all I can really take away from that one is ban the Muzi and just try again, Major Pride. Daddy Blam knows that you can do this. You can get that win on that board. You can do this.
Yeah, and I think in the end as well, kind of this surprise pick from Major Pride not really working out as well. The jungler Heindo, I believe the name is of the hero. Yeah. Not really working out too well in the end. Unfortunately, we maybe was expecting a little bit more from this pickup, but couldn't really do too much when it comes to, you know, being so far behind. You know, when you lose that mid lane pressure, it's so difficult to try and come back. You know, Nyrone had a solid job in that clash lane as well. The farm lane even got a little bit far behind. You know, Lady Sun getting an early kill in the farm lane, but just the CC in the end being too much for all these heroes to deal with.
Yeah, you can kind of see that it was a bit of a difference in terms of the roam, not just the actual support roam, but as a team, their roaming was on point, as you're going to see from some of these highlights right now, even though we managed to get the first blood onto the side of Major Pride, which seemed like it was going to be a little bit of a major upset for Beşiktaş Esports, but that ultimate shell coming on through from the Lady Sun was pretty much the only ultimate shell that seemed to land and do any devastation, but devastation was not that from Lady Sun. It was that stun from Muzi. It was a stun from HoYi. It was just crazy. But again, I have to give props to Overlord, though, managed to land that push and just time it correctly to get that Muzi, because anybody else could have just let Muzi slide, and that would have been a detriment within this team fight, even though the team fight, however, does end up going into the favor of Beşiktaş Esports, just because of Yuan just being such a huge sustain hero in that jungle. And again, I think if there's going to be any bans come through onto the side of Major Pride, it's going to be that Yuan.
Huyo, you just saw it in the last clip there. Huyon just being able to just go underneath the tower there and just not take any damage at all. It's such a difficult hero to deal with. I think Major Pride kind of have to go back to the drawing board, really, I think, in terms of bans and everything as well, because when you look at this game from Beşiktaş, you feel like there's just so many things that you need to ban away from them. You, like you said, the Mosey being so obnoxious to deal with and being really, really strong. You know, the Huyan as well doing great in terms of that supportive jungle that we've been seeing a lot more now, kind of going away from the junglers that we're expecting to see, kind of the assassins or the fighters in the way, going for more supportive jungler. But working out wonders, you know, that untargetability, being able to tower dive, being able to do so much damage and have so much sustain for the team means that they can do so much. And it was a brilliant game to start things off in this series, and a brilliant game to start off the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, it was definitely a fast pace. I mean, we was even seeing it. It was basically trying to split them apart, because at minute one, they was literally going at each other's throats, and it wasn't too much longer until we saw the first blood on the side of Major Pride. And after that, it was just sort of always just going at it. It was just huge way to open up the regional finals, I'd say, because again, we could have had another 30-minute plus match if we really wanted to. We know Beşiktaş Esports has it in them, but we clearly saw something a little bit different from Beşiktaş Esports on that one. But I think just another thought from myself is that the Hino pick was maybe a little bit too flashy, even though it was just it's kind of like a secondary tank, a little bit of a front line in that one. Maybe going for the Kaiser, because Kaiser wasn't banned out in that game. That maybe would have definitely helped them for more sustainability in that fight and a little bit more tankiness in the fight as well.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to have to see if Major Pride can bounce things around and turn things around in this series. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to hear from Beşiktaş during that break. We'll see you all in a few minutes.
Hello everyone, I am Orion. I am playing for Beşiktaş Esports team. I am the captain and support player of our team.
Oh, he's the captain. Oh,
Nopsi in the role of ADC player, Yosa in the middle lane player, Sepran plays in the jungle, and Nyrone plays in top lane. We are very ambitious and young team, but we are improving ourselves every day. Our best moment in this tournament, we played very long match. It is lasted 36 minutes in the semi-final match against SNG. It was very important for us win this match. We lost in the first 3 match in the final series. We played with SUG. We tried to come back, but unfortunately we failed. In the other hand, it was very important experience for us. In the tournament, we saw that it is very important to stick to macro plan and not overforce. This has greatly improved our perspective and strategies. My teammates are very young and talented. Also, they are very helpful. I think these are biggest factor behind our success. We are very excited. We know we will be successful. We are also very happy to see Abu Dhabi and Dubai. My goals are become the champion in this tournament, win the ticket for play in Malaysia, and become the champion there too. Join us in the heat of battle as we fight for victory in the regional finals. Watch the broadcast and stand united with us as we chase our dreams.
Welcome back to the Open Series EMEA Finals here. My name is Stuart and joining me is Blam. We're going to be going into the second game very shortly between Major Pride and Beşiktaş. But looking at that first game, I think Major Pride have a lot of changes that they need to make to both the draft and also the bans as well, because there was so much I feel like that they just couldn't deal with in that first game, Blam.
Yeah, I was just writing down a few things that I saw in game one, but I think it all kind of starts off within that draft. So, like you rightfully pointed out, the Ganmo should have been able to have a easy lead in that mid lane, but because of it being picked so early, into the draft, there was able to be counters. And Major Pride should have really known that Orion was going to pick up that Mosey if it wasn't going to get banned. And Mosey with the Ganmo going against each other is pretty much a hard thing to sort of try and navigate and counter because of that long range stun, how obnoxious it is, but also the fact that Orion could land it so frequently as well. So again, I just don't think Major Pride was expecting Orion to be just so on form. But as we saw and heard from Orion, he's actually the captain of Beşiktaş Esports, which I wasn't quite aware of, but it makes sense because being a hero like Mosey is being able to call shots because you can stay from quite a safe distance, but your stun can lead up all those shot call-ins that you need to.
And you can kind of see his kind of reaction as well after that first game. Everyone was kind of super excited. Everyone was like, yeah, we won game number one. Yeah. He was just sitting there. He was chilling. I feel like he's kind of the stable factor for this team. He's been around for so long. He's been on this Beşiktaş lineup now for nearly 2 years or even over 2 years now it could be. And he's been there, you know, before. He's been to LAN events before. He has that experience that he can give to the rest of his team. He was mentioning in the interview during the break that, you know, it's a young team. They have a lot of ambitions. They want to go to Malaysia. They want to win Malaysia, and they have high expectations. But it's about, you know, having that step by step. If, you know, winning this game, winning this series to start things off, and then looking to the next series. They can't really think too far ahead, but it's nice to have that captain that has been around for so long, and kind of the player that can keep everyone calm and keep everyone's level-headed focus.
Absolutely. I mean, we didn't really get to see much of the post-game stats, so it would have been really nice to see those come through, because obviously just for like KDA, damage done, team fight participation as well would have been really cool to comment on with that one. But from my recollection, Nyrone was a fantastic clash lane within that one. I mean, we saw some really like ballsy plays, but we also saw some really safe plays as well. And the macro on this player was pretty much, I couldn't really fault it, to be honest, because we saw him very often leave the clash lane when he has a little bit of advantage to go and help his team, especially within those copious amounts of team fights that we saw between both Beşiktaş Esports and Major Pride. But then when he knew it was time to go back to get that push, he would do it. Whereas some Baron laners, some Clash laners, sorry, going through Season 1 Invitationals, generally once they leave the lane, they're like, you know what, say la vie. Say la vie. I don't even know that was my lane. I don't claim ownership to that lane anymore. So I'm just going to leave the minions to do what they need to do, or my enemy teammate is going to be able to just rock that lane. But I'll punish him for when he does it. But yeah, Nyrone is a great shout out there, but also Yasuo in the mid lane, Yusa, sorry, in the mid lane, with what we thought was not quite a favorable matchup, but because of that Mosey being locked in, definitely went into his favor.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll have to see how things kind of adapt as we get into the second game as well. And we're already really far into the draft already. We have to quickly wrap things up and quickly see how things are going. Arlie has been picked up. The Mosey didn't get banned away. That's been picked up as well. But Major Pride have picked their pocket pick jungler as well. Another pick that we were expecting to see. It was banned away in game number 1, but Jing coming out here. Could this be the difference plan for Major Pride this time around?
It's going to be really interesting to see how this Mirror Blade Jing comes through within this team comp. Again, we go for the Byron pick again, but they do, however, switch the hands of the Mai. But if you look over to Nyrone, he manages to pick up the Dharma pick as well, and we both know how great that pickup is. He only picked it up once within the Open Series Split 1, but it was one of the matches that he was able to take from S to G as well, so it kind of shows that something that this is a great pickup for Nyrone. It wasn't banned in game 1, but it is available in game 2 and it's been picked up because, hey, if you've tried the Mayin and the Mayin worked as well, the Dharma can be just as taxing to your enemy as well.
Yeah, I believe I saw Maji in the end as well, also being picked off last there for Beşiktaş. I believe that was the last pick. If I quickly, I mean, the draft went very, very quickly there, so I didn't really have a lot of time to actually see the draft itself. But hey,
we're in game
we've got
2. No messing around.
Time to waste. Straight into game number 2, so we have to kind of see how things go. A few big changes though. The Mai also going in the hands of Major Pride this time around, and as I mentioned, we got Daji as well being played by Yoza, a pick that I haven't seen too much. There's already full-on aggression in this mid lane, and you can see both these mid laners kind of want that priority. Both these supports want the priority for this mid lane. Obviously, we've mentioned before about the Mai wants that help in the mid lane early on, but Urian is just like, yep, I'm playing Mosey again. I can just go around, stun everyone, and yeah, I'll be totally fine.
Yeah, no, again, just another aggressive team comp from the side of Beşiktaş Esports. So it's really telling the kind of team that they are going to be going into this regional finals, potentially going into the semifinals if they win this game 2 from Major Pride again. because you've got the Deji that has the stun. She also has her ultimate where she pretty much just hones in missiles onto the nearby target. So if you're very low and those start stacking upon you, that's it. You're done for. And then obviously great wave clear with her first ability, but then she's also got the charm as well. So again, when you've got something like the Mai trying to jump in onto you, or even the Jing, you've not only got Muzi's locked down, you've got Dharma, if you manage to force him into a wall as well with his 1,000 fists. Ooh. But speaking of, again, Major Pride still picking up first blood, so why can't they continue this? This is amazing, the fact that they can pick up first blood, but then it kind of just settles off between then. But like you said in that draft, there's the pocket pick for Jing. Alimsky may be online.
Yeah, kind of catching out Separate in the end, kind of talking about that supportive jungler that might not be, you know, as strong in these early stages of the game. Great when it gets to the middle late game and it comes to these fights, but when it comes to these early game little skirmishes that happen, you see the 2v2 happen in the Clash lane. Unfortunately, not really doing too much right now, but so far, it does seem like the Major Pride does get a little bit of an advantage here in this Clash lane, but so for just going to go back to farm in the jungle. Not the fastest jungle clear out of all the junglers that we have seen, but we know how strong this pick can be when we get scaling. Again, as you mentioned, you know, they have kind of the CC again with the Mosey, and I think this matchup in the bot side is all that looks like Ryan going to get locked down, but actually going to survive in the end. Luckily, that the ultimates haven't come through just yet, it does seem like. So yeah, it's interesting, especially with this bot lane matchup as well. Is there's another there's action happening everywhere. Even the cameraman is getting completely lost about what's going on right now. The mid lane, another kill over to Major Pride. So 2 early advantages here.
I told you, we went 0 to 90 straight into game 2. I mean, we didn't catch all the bans. We was just about to get our heads around the draft. We're into game 2. It's almost 3 minutes in. There's just so much going on there. And there's beautiful. That replay beautifully from Redsky in the mid lane. So got dominated by Mai in game 1, is now showing some great skill onto the Mai in game 2. So that kind of shows you the skill of these players. So yes, even though they got completely owned by that Mai in game 1, we're seeing that Redsky can actually navigate this hero very well as well. And just a great knockup, denying the Riot on that Mosey as well. Zhang Fei coming through. So good. That was a great pickup there by Major Pride again. So 3-0. I don't think it's going to be a steady 2-0 game here for Beşiktaş Esports.
I think it seems like Major Pride have realized that, hey, we cannot sit back. We cannot just take the poke like we were in game number 1. It looks like they're going to try and steal it. They're not going to be able to steal the Tyrant in the end. It is going to go into the hands of Major Pride. But I think they've realized that they need to play a bit more aggressive. They need to try and be the one to make plays instead of sitting back and just taking down the poke damage. We've seen already, they've been super proactive in this mid lane. You know, Mai for Redsky doing incredibly well, just dashing over the wall. You can see here, just trying to create pressure, and Yoza is stepping up really aggressively in this mid lane. Has already been caught out once on this mid lane pick and needs to be careful that it doesn't get picked off again.
Yeah, it's just showing true character to the Deji, though, because even though we see that Redsky's able to pick up 2 kills, he's only really ahead with 200 gold. So in that lane difference is not a lot, but it really shows that Deji is just one of those great heroes that's able to clear waves, but not able to get out of there. We get catched up. Jing's going in with the Mirror Blade as well. Takedown by Jing on the side of Major Pride. We see that Yuhua may be next. She goes down by the Durenji. And then Byron even gets a piece of the cake as well. That's 6-0. And a mid lane turret. All in 5 minutes for Major Pride. Have they changed players on stage, Stu? Can you check that for me, please?
I mean, you know why this Jing was banned in game number 1, and he is showing it this time around. Some incredible plays here. You see the dash back forward, just baiting every single time, dashing in, dashing back out again, just trying to do enough damage. They got 2 towers in this mid lane already. In 6 minutes in this game. This is a completely different Major Pride that we saw in game number 1. I'm loving this aggressive style. I'm loving that they're taking it to Beşiktaş this time around. And they are doing an incredible job. 4,000 gold lead, 6 minutes in. And it might be really difficult for Beşiktaş to even try and come back.
Yeah, I think it's just how they navigate this sort of 10-minute mark going into the 15-minute mark, especially with the team coming through on the side of Beşiktaş Esports, because if we get heroes like the Ali get ahead in terms of the gold lead, but also Dharma, we know that Dharma has the capability of being able to pick up those triple kills with absolute ease, and especially having somebody like HoK on the team as well to give sustain and heal to the whole of the team. But what we didn't actually notice is that the Clash Lane first hit goes down as well, so again, back to just parrot the phrase you were saying, but the aggression from Major Pride in this game too is nothing to be sort of overlooked, because Beşiktaş Esports clearly have underestimated their opponent here. We see that Jongfei just literally 1v2s the Ali as well. Yes, he goes down, but that is not the case. The support just 2v1'd the mid and the farm lane.
This is just okay. Jing needs to be a little bit careful there. Needs to try and dash away. Does so as well. But yeah, I mean, this is incredible from Major Pride. Look how many they have. All the outer towers, all the inner towers taken. They only have them the high ground towers left to take. What happened to Major Pride during the break? Because they've come up with this pretty different composition. They've got the likes of the Jing, which is a very good pocket pick for Limsky. They've got the likes of the Mai in the mid lane as well, and they look like a completely different team.
Yeah, definitely navigating. You can see that what they lacked in game one was, like you said, they were sitting around waiting for the team to come to them, whereas this time around they are literally proactively around the map. They are not only trying to gain vision, they're trying to catch out the Beşiktaş Esports here, because they're in their jungle. The enemy is in ground zero, but HoK is there to try and give some phase check to her team as well. I think it could be detrimental to Beşiktaş Esports if they lose a second Tyrant here. But HoK is nowhere near yet in that one, but it gets cleared out so quick. She doesn't have a moment to think, like, you know what, maybe we should actually go around to that one. So Separate, pretty much like from head to toe, is just like, which one's my head and which one is my toe right now, because clearly I don't know. I'm just tripping over myself. But looking at that kill lead, is 7 kills ahead, 6k gold, and we got Beşiktaş Esports sitting on nil point jungle and nil point turrets, and it's just like, oh, we're not at 10 minutes yet, Stu. What is this?
Yeah, this is crazy, and I really just love this aggression here. It looks like the stun's going to come through here onto Shaw. Not going to be able to keep anyone out there. They're trying to get the wave clear. They're trying to get heroes down, but I guess you're kind of seeing the kind of weakness of picks like the Mosey and also Serpent's pick in the jungle. That, hey, when you are behind and when you're against these assassins, you can just be completely shut down. You don't really have a front line. You don't really have an assassin in this team. Yes, you have Nyrone, but Nyrone's in the Clash lane. He's just basically been AFK this whole game, just like the Clash laners normally are. They're just not really in the fight. So when it comes to the 4 versus 4, Major Pride have been completely popping off on the Mai and also the Jing. This combo has been doing wonders at the moment for Major Pride, but it's how they're going to try and close out this game. We do have 10 seconds until them objectives spawn, and they're going to look to try and take both these objectives to try and close out this game in quick succession.
Yeah, if I was Major Pride, I'd sort of try and start on the Overlord there, because they have the clear lane domination. If they decide to go for that, it's just going to be a bit of more of an oppressive mechanic towards Beşiktaş Esports, whereas the Tyrant, they don't really need that Shadow Tyrant because they're already doing so much damage, and it's already showing in the terms of the difference in the gold and the fact that they don't even need their jungler there to take the Shadow Overlord. So it's like, yo, Limsky, you've been doing bits, bruv, so we don't even need you to pick up that Overlord. It's just fine. It's fine. We've got you. We've got you. Don't worry. We've got a second smite in the barrel if we really need it, but we didn't even need it. ENG gets that last hit and already rapidly approaching those higher ground turrets, but they do have to navigate this quite carefully, because if they don't, they could easily turn it around here. Beşiktaş Esports, they do have their final frontier, and that's all they need sometimes.
Yeah, they are all backs against the walls at the moment, Beşiktaş. You can see all around their jungle at the moment, there are members of Major Pride. They cannot move out of their own jungle. They are being bled apart right now Separate has to use the ultimate to stay alive this time around. The stuns are coming through here from Mosey, but it's not doing anything this game. It's not having the same practice as they were. They don't really have that same follow-up from the likes of the Huyi that they did in game number 1. And that Shadow Vanguard is doing so much damage to the Clash Lane Tower. That's going to go down in an instant. They're going to try and step up here to try and get just a little bit of pressure. But they're just being, like I said, they're just being bled out at the moment. All their jungle camps are being taken. They can't really take any of these minions. And it looks like they're going to just try and end the game right here, right now. Nyrone trying to do enough damage. Members of Major Pride actually super low on HP, so they do have to back off for now. Only one high ground tower to start things off, but what do Beşiktaş have left to take? Their jungle's completely gone. Their lanes are being pushed out, so they're not even getting a lot of minions. And the gold is just getting larger and larger here for Major Pride. They're going to try and go for the Tyrant here, but I think this is just way too flippy at the moment.
Yeah, they got 2 smites on the side of Major Pride here, so they could absolutely try and steal this if they really want to. But you can kind of see Beşiktaş Esports trying to bait here, and they manage to bait the Mai. They do take down Mai, but it is a trade for Dama. It is a trade for Daji as well. Jing is popping off. Byron takes down the Huan. We have the minions in the mid lane as well, so this could be it. It's only Ali standing between Major Pride and that higher ground turret in that mid lane, and you best believe that she's not going to be able to wipe out those minions. Down goes the high ground turret, and everybody is here on the side of Major Pride, but are they going to be able to finish it here? There's currently 9 seconds left until Dama comes up. They are aggressively going for the crystal. Game 2's over, and Major Pride is not down yet. What a game 2 from Major Pride, dabbing each other up. What happened?
Completely different team to what we saw in game number 1. They've adjusted their draft. They went for different picks this time around, and they look like a completely different team. Beşiktaş, they look shell-shocked there. They're probably thinking to themselves, what just happened? You know, we kind of steadily were doing really well in game number 1. We were doing really well at getting advantages. They just got smashed here in game number 2. Like, that was not even close. They had all the inner towers taken down, all the outer towers taken down by like 8 or 9 minutes. Like, the aggression, I think, from Mai, the mid laner, and also Jing as well, that pocket pick in the jungle, was such a big difference and just allowed Major Pride to be more proactive, as we were mentioning during the game.
Yeah, I think it kind of just rides off that comment we were saying about Urian in game 1, is that he's able to sort of, as Mosey, if there is no aggression from your enemy team, you're able just to still sit back, say to your teammates, yo, okay, this is how we're going to actually navigate this one. It's going to be, I'm going to stun somebody, you're going to go for Ganmo, we're going to go for this. Whereas if you've got Jing, you got Mai, you've also got Durenji, who has a cleanse as well. So you're trying to think, oh, who should I hit? But before you even think that, you've got these 3 heroes in your face, and you're already down. It was like, what? 3-0, 4 minutes in, taking the turret as well. And then before we even knew it, the high ground turrets were gone. Well, this was only remaining at 7 minutes. So Major Pride really trying to find the record for the fastest match in the quarterfinals, it seems.
No, it was incredible. I mean, they did so well to just not overstep their mark as well and not make any mistakes. I think that's what I love the most about Major Pride there, is that they got that early advantage, but sometimes these teams can maybe struggle to close out these games and actually take them high ground towers, do a little bit more to try and take advantages. But what they were doing, like I said, they were just kind of choking out Beşiktaş. They were just underneath their high ground towers. They couldn't get any minions. They couldn't get any of their jungle camps or anything at all. And you're kind of you've seen the upside of this composition with Yuhun and also Mosey. But then you also see the downside in this game as well, that if you're not ahead, then that stun that comes up every 2 or 3 seconds, and also the sustain from the jungler, doesn't really do that much to help your team actually come back from a deficit.
Yeah, no, there was not really much that Beşiktaş Esports could do there. We saw towards the end that the likes of Daji was trying to pick up kills, but by the time she picked up a kill, we saw that Jing came through, picked up the kill in response, and it was pretty much sort of like goodnight Irene. And as we can see from these highlights, again, just the aggression from Major Pride. Not just, like, normally it's from one sort of factor, be it the jungle, be it the mid lane, but this was coming from different kind of angles. We had Mai flipping over the walls, we had Jing pretty pretty much splitting herself apart, saying, yo, try and find me. I'm going to do damage to you. Mai's also going to come in onto you. Oh, Mosey misses the stun. That's a big no-no. And then you've also got Zhang Fei come through as well, and then Derenji. But just everything went really well for Major Pride in this whole match. The rotations, the way they handled everything, the stun from Derenji there, from Mosey. It's just like, oh, let's give you a bit of taste of your own medicine and just stun the heck out of Mosey there. But absolutely, like, probably one of the best games I've seen Major Pride play, period.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see kind of the confidence growing. You know, after game number one, we were like, oh, is this going to be the kind of the same Major Pride that we saw at the Invitational season one? Are we going to get that improved Major Pride that they wanted coming into this land? Because it's such a big tournament for them. You know, going into Invitational season one, they didn't have the best performance, but they smashed through the Eastern European qualifiers, and now coming into this land, they've got a point to prove. They got to prove to everyone that they can be up there as one of the best, and that game showed how strong they can be in the end. And I feel like when it comes to game number 3 as well, it's going to be so interesting how these drafts kind of swap around, the picks kind of swap around. You know, like the Ali, for example, pretty much seemed non-existent in that game. Like the Ali couldn't really do too much at all, because when you're against all these assassins and when you're against all these heroes, that you can dive on top of, it's just really hard to kind of navigate around, to try and survive against. And against a really squishy composition that Beşiktaş has, Major Pride were like, hey, give me all the money, give me all the kills. I'm there for the taking. I love it.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw that there, that the draft went from 0 to 90. Before we knew it, the game was in. We didn't have any single moment to process the draft, so I don't think Beşiktaş Esports did either. This was like, wait, what did we just pick? But I'm sure that this next break will probably give them enough time to actually think about what to do in game 3, but this is the deciding game. It's only single eliminations. Who goes through, we'll see very soon.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series EMEA Finals here. My name is Stuart, and joining me, as always, is Blam. And we had to catch our breaths after that second game, Blam. That was one hell of a game and one hell of a turnaround from Major Pride. I mean, if you're in the shoes of Beşiktaş at the moment, you know, what would you do going into game number 3 now? And what would you change if you were Beşiktaş's coach and if you were like, wow, our team's just been rolled over completely?
Yeah, I think the priority thing to do is go for that Jing, go for the juggler, go for the Jing, because I think if they let Alimski go onto the Jing again, we could be seeing a rinse and repeat of game 2. But yeah, just the little things over to the side of like Beşiktaş Esports that Arlie didn't really get a chance to shine and maybe even retire the Muzi, because again, like you were saying, if we're going to be seeing that this is the way into Beşiktaş's brain or Beşiktaş's mind is just pure aggression, that the Muzi no longer sort of sits nicely within that. So maybe pick up something like a support that's a little bit more sustainable, gives you a little bit more of a backbone. But this is where we're going to start to see it, and you do see that Major Pride do ban out the Mosey pick because Beşiktaş have been very, very naughty and banned out the Jing from Major Pride, but they didn't ban out the Zhongfei, and it looks like Major Pride are like, hey, if you're not banning that boy, we'll pick him up. But we do have a new hero entering the arena, and it is a Lamb.
Yeah, Lamb has been a priority already in this series, has been banned out for both of these games already, has been available for a first pick this time around for Beşiktaş. So a really aggressive assassin that loves to just dive in, has so much going around. Also another hero that's left open, Dorio as well. Again, another hero that has been banned, has been prioritized quite a lot. You know, a lot of these heroes have been prioritized in terms of the bans, but now with this final game in this series, you're seeing a lot more target bans, like you said, the Mosey, the Jing, and also the Malane as well. I was about to get there in the end, don't worry. I was slowly getting there, but yeah, this opens up so much to these stronger heroes that are a lot more stronger than these ones, but maybe, you know, some of these players are not as comfortable as some of these pocket picks like the Mosey and the Jing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit flustered because obviously Major Pride's badge is over on the side of Beşiktaş Esports right now, and Beşiktaş Esports is on the side of Major Pride, so I'm assuming that it's going to be Major Pride on the blue side, and Beşiktaş Esports is going to be back over onto the red side there. But
I didn't even notice that.
We'll see when we get into game 3, but as it goes, I mean, it has been tried and tested that, like I was saying into the introduction, Major Pride has actually picked up the Elaine once or twice. Not quite the Dolia, like I said. They picked up the Chow, but they never picked up the Dolia. So pairing the Dolia with Elaine and Lamb gives them 2 massive aggressive ultimates. So you have Death on Sunset, and then you have Lamb's ultimate be able to push the team either away to you, or into you, sorry, or away from you. But I mean, Beşiktaş Esports' team comp is nothing to frown about. They have the Mai. I mean, it's a very red-themed coloured team comp here that we're seeing, not just by portrait as well, but you're seeing the Mai come through. Zhongfei switches hands. They got Masashi as well, so knockout from the Masashi is really going to help with trying to take pickups for the likes of the Ali, but also Mai as well. We're just waiting for that clash lane to come through on the side of Beşiktaş Esports, whereas over onto Major Pride, we're still waiting for the farm lane, and we could potentially get the mid lane as well. Could we get the Ganemo again, or are we going to get something else there? But it looks like it's going to be the Dorenji. So again, oh, look at that. Look, very blue, very red. It's seeming to be like a theme that's going on here with the Dorenji and the Hainu pick.
Hey, they're sticking to themes in this game. They're
Why
just
not?
like, hey, let's go out with pride. Let's go out and let's show them what it's done. But it's very interesting, like you said, the Dorenji in the end, and also interesting enough, playing in the mid lane now. It looks like for the Haino instead of in the jungle this time around. Obviously having the Lamb, but I mean, if the draft goes as it has done for the rest of the series, you know, with the Mai being picked and also the Zhongfei being picked, we believe on Beşiktaş. We'll have to wait until we get into the game because the icons and everything were a little bit all over the place. But yeah, it'll be interesting nonetheless to see who's going to take this third game in a a very important series, a very important game as well, because there's no lower bracket in this Blam. There's no lower bracket. You lose this game, and that's it. You're out.
That's it. That's why they're going with the blue scheme and the red scheme. If they're going to lose game 3, they're going to lose it fashionable. So it's going to see.
Beşiktaş were the blue side. So
Beşiktaş were the blue
ones.
side. Okay, this now starts to make sense. Thanks, that. Cool.
Everything
Amazing.
makes sense now.
Yeah. So, I mean, it kind of made sense to me that they've gone for the Zhongfei again on Major Pride, but the slipperoo of the logos and the teammates. But I honestly thought that we was actually going to see Elaine go back onto the side of Major Pride. But this could be really interesting because obviously, as you know, Dolia has those double ultimates, and that's going to be really scary. And at some point with the Elaine as well, be able to disengage your team and push them away, we could see the aggression be halted here. But we're already seeing that aggression once again. But the way aggression can work is two ways. You can be very aggressive and win, like game 2. Or you can be very aggressive, but then get caught out, and then you kind of like, oh, well, we've kind of exhausted our only means of winning. And going against the Elaine, the Lamb, we're getting some really flashy picks on the side of Beşiktaş Esports.
As you mentioned, with the Doria being able to reset the ultimate, you know, especially with the hook as well from Lamb, is such a great combo. You know, that hook can be such a big factor in fights.
Yeah.
You can also reset the ultimate of Durenji as well. You know, getting double the stuns, again, could be very important as well. But what we're seeing at the moment is a bit of a slower start this time around. No crazy aggression coming out at the moment from Major Pride. I think it'll be very interesting to see how Beşiktaş kind of adapts to the previous game, because in game number 2, they were completely destroyed, but you're seeing at the moment they're kind of hiding in the bush here, trying to set up a bit of a trap, especially with Nyrone being here as well. But they just want the priority. They just want to push this lane for now, and they want to try and be able to roam around and do a lot of work. And you're seeing how my struggles ever so slightly with the wave clear compared to others.
Yeah, I mean, going against something like the Hino with a fantastic poke, but also fantastic clear, and you never really know when that first ability is really going to hit you, because it comes through and then you only realize when half your health's missing, which is probably a bad time to realize when that skill hits. But speaking of hit, we see Masashi go over the wall. Alimski was doing a lot of damage onto you, Ryan, there, trying to take out the Dolia in that early team fight, because again, Dolia gives heals. She does a knockback as well, which can be a really good means of disengage for your team. And yeah, currently, like you say, it's a very different kind of tit for tat going on. We're not sort of like separating them on the school ground yard, like, yo, split up 1 minute, no one's had time to breathe, calm down, it's all good, everyone will get their cake, don't worry. But it seems like it is very different. They're still trying to trade blows here, like we just saw down in the farm lane. But I'm really interested to see how Kinesis plays this Arlie, because he just went against the Arlie on the enemy team and absolutely decimated with the Durenji. Is that going to be the same case and point this time around in game 3?
Yeah, we have to see if the switcheroo happens, if the Arlie actually beats the Durenji, or if the Durenji wins again. That's the question. But these are definitely two of the strongest farm lane heroes at the moment, with so much mobility that Arlie can bring. You know, being able to teleport back to the passive is very, very strong. Then Durenji, just for the lockdown and for so much attack speed as well in general, can be super annoying to deal with, and might be even more annoying to deal with the support as well, being able to get that double ultimates down. But as you mentioned, 4 minutes in, nothing really too crazy has happened. Overlord here, though, playing a little bit aggressive, trying to camp inside of the bush there and trying to do a little bit of work. But you're seeing these clash laners go back down here right now, and the ultimate comes in there from Yoza. Really good to kind of stop the engage there, but it does give priority over to Major Prime here, being able to dash back in, but this steal at the end from the Lamb, dies all the way in and dies anyway. But the steal comes in for Beşiktaş. They're going to lose 4 members for it, though, Blam. That's a lot of members to lose just for a Tyrant that's only going to last another minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, no, I don't like that trade deal. I think I want to go back and revert back and take those 4 kills for myself. But I honestly, there was a moment of panic there within that Tyrant pit. Like, there's a moment of panic here for no PC as they take the first mid lane turret again. 4 minutes in, they are leaving these vital objectives open, but they are now picking up little bits from the side of Major Pride. But like I was saying, there was a moment of panic there within that Tyrant camp that I saw Yosa just literally flash into the wall, and he was like, oh no, Zhongfei's here, and got absolutely decimated as well. I was just like, yeah, I've been there before, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, take a look back at the replay. An incredible steal there by the Lamb, but just diving a little bit too far there, unfortunately. And yeah, you can see Orion trying to help Yosa in the end, but wasn't able to help out too much in the end, and just got himself killed really in the end as well. But I mean, Major Pride did extremely well there. They were just like, okay, 4 members are dead for Beşiktaş. This is our moment to take that mid lane tower, because no one is left alive. Even though the death timers are pretty low at this stage of the game, they're long enough that if you group your members in mid lane, if you have a wave pushing in mid, then you can take that mid lane tower, and you can already tell how much of effect this has put now to Yosha. Yosha cannot walk up to that wave anymore. That Mai can just dash straight onto him and do so much work here. And Major Pride have done really good jobs so far in this early game. I mean, that Tyrant basically did nothing for Beşiktaş in the end. And they're just going in. They're just diving in. They do not care at all. 1 HP, the burn in the end. Lamb goes down as well. And Major Pride are doing such a great job to turn this series around.
Somebody call an ambulance for Lamb, because he went down there with the burn. And honestly, I thought he was just actually using that as a bait to bait Zhongfei's unbridled rage and that pushback. But in the end, it actually caught out Separate on the side of Beşiktaş Esports, so that's no good. Nyrone going in with a death on Sunset just to keep himself in there, trying to do a little bit of AoE damage onto the side of Major Pride, but still was able to clean up that minion wave, so it does stop the inevitable there from the push into the second tier turret. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried here for Beşiktaş Esports. They're not playing as comfortable game as they should be. The Lamb is not working as well as it should. Everybody's going bar from the Masashi, the cooldown, the shortened crowd control boots here. But again, we're seeing that death from Sunset come through on the side of Beşiktaş Esports, and then Zhongfei goes in. That's a huge engage in that Clash Lane turret, and being able to take down the first tier as well. There is no more first tier turrets on the side of Beşiktaş Esports. Major Pride have their number.
What an engage there from Red on the Mai. The knock up into the Clash Lane. The tower dive was so clean. We're going to watch a replay as well. Watch the Mai on the side here. Yep. Waiting for them to group together. Boom! The knock up there was absolutely clean, and was even able to tank the tower in the end as well to stay alive. We are going to go to a pause, but once again, Major Pride, the aggression has been their forefront in this series so far. In game number 1, it looks like it was a bit of a warm-up game. They were a little bit shaky. They didn't want to go for these aggressive plays. They've looked like a completely different team in game number 2, and now in game number 3 as well. I'm loving this aggression. I'm loving this. They just don't give a damn at all about what Beşiktaş do. They were just like, okay, I'm going to go in, I'm going to engage, I'm going to do everything I can. And you can see exactly why they have the confidence right now as well. The cleanse in the end from No PC keeping him alive. But it was close. Nearly another kill to Major Pride.
Yeah, Major Pride absolutely dominating this game again. I mean, I kind of feel bad for Stu with the 2-1 prediction so far. I mean, my fatherly instincts are clearly working here for Major Pride, so you can kind of wire me over a little bit of funds for me keeping the faith in you since season 1. So we'll see how that goes. But currently, I mean, it's still not that 10-minute mark, so there is still room for Beşiktaş to breathe, to gather their thoughts, and able to get back into this fight. I feel like it just needs a little bit more farming in terms of getting that goal back up to spec where it needs to be, but they do lose again another Tyrant, so that Tyrant could be detrimental to these next engages between Major Pride and Beşiktaş Esports, but it looks like they're not quite done that yet. But that timer, however, unfortunately goes over onto Overlord, and I don't think that with that debuff in the jungle now that they'll be able to clear that, but we have been waiting. There's something brewing here. They've forced Hano already to use his ultimate. He's like, oh, I've taken too much hits here from the Mai. I need to go back and cool down. So that's already going to be a detriment to them going into this next team fight, because that's going to be on cooldown. They do, however, manage to take their red buff as well, so more damage going over to the side of Major Pride as Charlotte is able to macro her way back up to the Clash lane, not able to take the turrets. A little bit of a bait and switch here, because they do switch it around. The focus then go for that second tier turret in the mid lane. Musashi picking up the Hainu kill as well, so Yosha going down again and pushing back, missing about everybody there from Zhongfei, but that's not going to stop them, because Ali's going in onto the Lamb, and Death on Sunset comes through, picks up the Musashi though, so we could see some cleanup kills here from the Derenji. Derenji takes down the Musashi as well, so well played to Beşiktaş Esports. However, it is a Hail Mary play, because they did lose their high ground turret.
Now, high ground tower going down. They're trying to get some more kills, but the shield in the end is just too much, and Overlord stays alive on 1 HP. Like you said, really nice defense there from Beşiktaş, but they still lose the tower anyway, and that just means it's so difficult now. They are going to take 1 tower back, Beşiktaş, and they have a bit of time now to think about what they want to do with their next move. As you mentioned, you know, the ultimate coming in there from the Zhongfei, not really hitting anyone, using it more as a zoning tool. They just wanted to focus on the tower, take the tower, and just run away from it, but they went a little bit too far with the engage. Unfortunately lost a few members, but for now it just looks like Major Pride are doing really well. They are going to take down the Overlord now as well, so they're going to have that which they're going to be able to use in a lane that they want to.
It looks like it's going to go in the farm lane.
Yeah, it looks like they might put it down in that farm lane. I mean, they don't even have their jungler with them at the moment, but they're still playing super aggressive. You can see the jungler is just like farming and chilling, but I think it was actually used in the farm lane. Yes, it was in the end. So more pressure going to be happening in the farm lane here. They're trying to take the high ground tower in the Clash lane as well. This is just brilliant mid and late game here for Major Pride, taking the objectives, getting multiple waves of pressure across the map, making it so difficult here for Beşiktaş to even try and defend.
Yeah, you've now got the Vanguards rocking down the farm lane. Down goes the higher ground turret already for Beşiktaş Esports. They are holding on to what could potentially be the conclusion to Game 3 already. And Alimski's in there. Everybody's in there. I think this is going to be the team effort to try and take down the Crystal. I feel like the only thing that's really going to be stopping them is either the Elaine or the Derenji. But down goes Yosha again, just constantly being focused. Elaine's going in, making work of the beast. He does fall. God does bleed. However, they only managed to take up that 1v1 trade, which, if you're looking at it, is it the best trade? It's their backbone, so it could do something here to prolong Game 3 and potentially go over into the favor of Beşiktaş Esports.
Again, they do lose another high ground tower though, so it's really, really difficult. Even though they are losing members, Major Pride, they are taking an advantage in terms of the map and these major objectives. Another Tyrant is going to go over to them, and that means more damage. And that means Beşiktaş just has to play so passive now. They have to play on the back foot. But for now, it looks like both teams are just going to take a little bit of a breather. Major Pride are just going to spend all their gold that they just got from all them towers and make sure that they get a little bit more from the buffs themselves. You can see they're just going around taking more buffs. And this gives Beşiktaş a little bit of time to push out the lanes, though, so you don't have constant pressure here from Major Pride. And that means that we're going to have maybe a minute or so of just calm relaxedness until the beast spawns again, until Major Pride start to play aggressive. And it might look to play aggressive now, but they've only got one more high ground tower to take, Blam, and this could be a comeback of a lifetime here for Major Pride.
Absolutely. I mean, even if this is the only game they managed to win in the regional finals, it's still a huge improvement from where they were in Season 1 Invitational, which I think is just sort of like such a nice thing for them. Because like as we said, and as we was talking about in the introduction, they feel more like a family. They have been playing for quite some time in other games other than Honor of Kings, and now they're slowly finding their identity in Honor of Kings, and it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing to see in terms of casting and seeing them develop from somebody that was pretty much taking L's every round and has already got one one round on the board in a quarterfinal. So there's already a massive improvement for the side of Major Pride. I feel like it's just going to maybe the detriment here because the aggression is no longer going to be able to phase them getting into that crystal because they have to play it safe, having the Lamb, having the Elaine as well, knowing already being able to slay the beast, but they do manage to slay the Shadow Overlord with such ease. So again, we're going to get another Shadow Overlord come through for the side of Major Pride. They take down the Dolia. Down goes the double ultimates. Bye. No-ball ultimates for you, Lamb, for you, Elaine. They are both, actually, Elaine's down as well. Bye-bye, Nerone. So again, that's one factor that was able to take down the Zhang Fei is gone. The shield coming through as the Hail Mary play, but Derangi's still doing so much chain lightning damage to the side of Major Pride, but I feel like this is it. The minions are at the crystal once again, and it is only Elaine here to try and stop it, but he is trying to clean up. Is he going to do it? He does crucial crowd control 4 times. That is a double kill to Elaine, but it's not going to be enough. Major Pride get their first major victory in Honor of Kings Open Series. Well played, gentlemen. I feel like a proud dad right now, Stu. I'm going to take a moment.
What an incredible series by Major Pride in the end. A bit of a shaky start to start things off. A bit of a moment there for Major Pride, but unfortunately here for Beşiktaş, they will be knocked out of the Open Series EMEA finals. They fought hard in game number 1, but I felt like they just didn't know what to do against the pressure of Major Pride. They didn't know what to do against the aggression. They had no real counter. They had no real plan B. Their plan A was to play around, the long range poke of the Mosey, this incredible sustain that you can get from the supportive jungler. When it went to a plan B and the likes of Mosey got banned and everything else got banned and they couldn't have that same playstyle with the Huyi as well, it just felt like they felt like a different team. A Major Pride, big props to them. As you mentioned, after disappointing Invitational Season 1, came into the Eastern European qualifiers, smashed through the Eastern European qualifiers, and we didn't know what to really expect from them from this EMEA finals. But I think this series showed that they are here to play with a first big major win for them.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said in the Game 3 cast I was on about, that even if this is their only win in the Open Series regional finals, it's a massive improvement for them because they are now technically the first semi-finalist. But I don't think it's going to end there, and I feel like that because that's not the only CIS region against the Turkish region matchup that we're going to get, because obviously it's not today, but it is tomorrow that it's the second time the Turkish and the CIS region go head-to-head with RUKH Esports and S2G. And to be honest, I think S2G is definitely going to get the revenge there for the Turkish region. But like you were saying, it's mad props to Major Pride because obviously a very shaky first game, but then going into game 2, even though we didn't even get to see the draft and the picks, it was literally just 0 to 90 the entire game through. And then game 3 looked a little bit shaky to begin with, but then it was just sort of, you still started to notice the control that Major Pride had over the map.
Looks like the curse is still on the hands for me, unfortunately, with the predictions in the end as well. Hey, look, you've got your numbers up on me already. I've just continued the curse in the end. It seems like it doesn't matter what game I cast. It seems like I just cast the curse everyone in the end. But yeah, as you mentioned, major props to Major Pride. Incredible series in the end as well. They will be playing the winner of our second semi-final today, which is Stalwart against the Vicious, which again is going to be an exciting series coming up after this one as well. But I mean, going back to this game as well, I think the two big picks in that game were definitely, or the series, was definitely the Mai and definitely the Shangfei, which we kind of predicted going into this tournament and into this finals, that the likes of the Shangfei was going to be highly contested. Mai, we were thinking might be highly contested, but again, it's a pick that needs a lot of support. But Major Pride gave support here to Redski and did an incredible job in the end with the knockups.
Absolutely. I mean, when we were speaking about this offline and preparing for this, we honestly thought that this was going to be the tournament of the control mages in the mid lane, but clearly Maya's already sort of taken that expectation and done a double backflip, kicked it away somewhere into the jungle, and completely just proved us both wrong, Stu, it seems. Because we was expecting Princess Frost to come through, Angela, Lady Shen.
Yeah.
None of these picks were even considered or even banned in this whole series, which really makes it kind of like, okay, maybe there is definitely some underlying different metas going on here, or it's just a case of the Mai just really implements those aggressive strategies so well. And like you can see on these, the Zhongfei clearly at 100%, or actually no, is at 66% win rate because of the loss in game 1, but still soon came back with those back-to-back wins in game 2 and game 3. So a very, very well played to Major Pride, just the pure aggression, just tried and tested. Beşiktaş Esports clearly wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, they were not ready at all. They were not prepared for the aggression. They did well, like I said, in game number 1 with their strategy that we knew that they were going to come out with. We knew that we were going to get that situation of the long range proc, the aggression. This was the last team fight here as well. Look at that stun from Zhongfei into the knock-up. Just nothing that Beşiktaş can do in the end as well. But unfortunately, like I mentioned, for Beşiktaş, it will mean that they are out of the tournament, unfortunately. And yeah, Major Pride will proceed into the next round. I mean, tried in the end, but didn't really do too much. MVP in the end, going to Red Sky. Incredible job. 2 games in a row as well on that Mai. Both games, he did an incredible job to set up his team so well.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like if there was an MVP, I'd have to give it to, it would either be Redski or give it over to Overlord for the fantastic Zhongfei plays on that one. So we are about to go into the interview with the players of Major Pride. Quite
they were still
soon.
waiting for the interview.
Still waiting for the interview, sorry. But we are just a little bit too eager for me to hear from my winners. I mean, already got 1 on the board, on the scoreboard. Hello,
Okay,
hello.
okay.
Yes, let's go. I am king of the castle. But yeah, again, I think, yeah, Redski was definitely well deserved that MVP, if not close second with Overlord, to be honest. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I said, that in game number 1 was kind of choked out in the end with the Gun and Mo. You know, we couldn't really do too much. But now we are ready with the interview, I've heard. So let's head to Abu Dhabi for that interview.
اهلا وسهلا فيكم. عندنا مقابله هون مع كنزس من فريق ميجر برايد. حنتكلم معه وناخذ اراءه على المباراه السابقه ضد بشكتاش، وطبعا حتكون بالانجليزي ولكن حترجم لكم اياها. فاول سؤال له Kansas, first of all, congratulations, you won in this game. It was 2-1 score. The first game you actually lost. So can you tell me more what happened in game 1?
In game 1 was a wrong draft. We drafted so bad, and that's all.
اوكي، فانا سالته انه اول شيء الف مبروك، فزتوا بعد ما كنتوا خسرانين 2-1، بعدين عملتوا كمباك خرافي. فسالته شو صار معاكم بالمباراه الاولى، حكى لي انه احنا الدرافت تبعنا كان سيء. فهلا حساله على الدرافت بالجيم الثاني اشوف شو رايه فيه، ممكن هل اختلف معهم الدرافت او لا. اوكي, when you went to match 2, what changed for you? What made you win that game?
Probably it's one of the main reasons. It is a good draft. We drafted good, and we play in these heroes so well.
اوكي, فبالمباراة الثانية حكى لي انه برضه الدرافت كان عندنا افضل وحسينا انه مرتاحين، وهي احد الاسباب اللي فزنا فيها. فيبدو انه الموضوع متعلق اكثر بالدرافت. طيب حسأله سؤال عامي شوي. Kansas, Major Pride, this roster with these 5 players, how long you guys been practicing for this tournament?
Practice for this tournament like 1 week.
And why 1 week only?
Because later we haven't a coach, and when coach joined to our team, we started training, and we trained so many times.
اوكي, فانا سالته انه الفريق الروستر الحالي بالخمسه لاعبين الموجودين كم صار لهم بتدربوا لهي البطوله؟ قال لي اسبوع واحد، والسبب كان انه المدرب تبعهم يعني وصلهم قبل اسبوع، فما كان عندهم وقت كتير يحضروا لهي البطوله. Okay, and one more question is, now you are in the semifinals. You will be up against maybe STE from the MENA region, or it's gonna be the Vicious from Wildcard. Who do you prefer to play against, and why?
I think the Vicious will be on semifinals, and we wanna play against them because they are a strong team.
So you prefer to play a stronger team?
Yes. Yes.
But why? Why not play against the weaker team?
Because when we play against strong team, we are taking experience, we are taking, and that's all.
اوكي فانا سالته انه مباراتك الجايه بتتوقع يعني حاب تلعب ضد اس تي اي ولا تلعب ضد فيشس؟ قال لي لا بنفضل نلعب ضد فيشس. سالته ليش؟ قال لي بنفضل نلعب ضد الفريق الاقوى، فهو معتبر فريق اس تي اي انه هو الاضعف. وسالته ليش بتفضل تلعب ضد فريق اقوى؟ حكى لي لانه احنا بنحب نتعلم بنحب نستفيد، فالعقليه عندهم بالنسبه لهم لا ما نتاهل ضد فريق سهل، احسن لنا نتاهل ضد فريق قوي. For this tournament now, if you manage to win this whole thing, you know, you win this whole tournament and you get spot to Malaysia, are you gonna be with the same roster? Is something gonna change? Do you have any secret tricks actually to win this tournament? Did you show all your cards?
No, it's not. It wasn't all cards. If we win this tournament, the roster will be the same. Nothing will be changed.
اوكي فانا سالته اذا عندكم اشياء مخبيينها لباقي المباريات، قال لي لا احنا متاملين رح نضل على نفس التشكيل وحتى لو فزنا حنواصل على نفس الموال. Thank you so much Kansas for being here، ونرجع للاستوديو ونسمع اراء المحللين بهاي المقابله.
Brilliant to hear there from Kensis from Major Pride, and just talking in general about how the draft just didn't really work, Blam, in that game number 1, and just saying that they adapted in game number 2 and game number 3 in terms of their draft and obviously their play style as well, and that was really the big difference for them to turn that around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my other takeaway from that was the fact that they would rather play, and they are pretty sure that the Vicious will go through in the next game. So I would say that that was already going to be my 2-1 prediction, maybe. But to be fair, the fact that what they were saying is that they want to play the stronger team so they can learn. And I really feel like that has actually already been very evident, because they played against some very strong teams in Season 1 Invitational. They've come back to the Open Series regional finals, and they're the first semi-finalists. So it's clear that they're not just saying it because like it's big words, it's what people want to hear. It's definitely something that they live by, is playing those playing those more difficult matchups, but learning from them is very, very admirable.
No, it seems like they definitely learned something from that Invitational Season 1. But we're not done here for today. We have one more best of 3 series after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yosa iyi dürtüldü orada. Ama arka 3 kişi arasında inanılmaz. İnanılmaz, maçın her şeyi değişti.
Побежали, пытается кого-то стянуть, очень неплохо получается со скачка, и там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать. У нас товарищ Жесуйский, дэмэджа хватало, они пикофнули уже троих, идет до конца Олимпский, опять же летят кинжалы, летят кресты. Получится ли побить? Да, он неплохо подтягивает, надо урон еще немножечко влить. Как же Олимпский все еще выживает, да ладно, это дунь, это просто какая-то пушка.
20 saniye sonra...
Son kurşununu atmaya çalışacak Esnulci. Yetebilir. Bir skor görüyoruz da Koruru'dan. Ardından Uryan girdi oraya. Uryan skoru aldı ama...
الان عمالنا نشوف في محاولة دايف ممكن تكون موجودة بالنسبة لري. هل في معك الالتيميت؟ هل عندك القدرة ان تكون تانكي كفاية؟ اكيد الالتيميت راح تكون موجودة. الستان ما راح يكون كافي، وهذا معناه انه حمدان ممكن يودعنا الان بالفايت. باي باي يا صديقي. فريق ستيلورد دومينيتنج بهذه المباراة بعد ما يجيب الكوادرا كل.
At the back of the queue, trying to do some damage there. We see a takedown from KK. Yun's down, Dream's down, Fable is down.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series EMEA Finals here. The first series is gone, it's done, it's out the window now. We've booked the tickets for Major Pride into the semi-final. Now, myself and Blam are going to get ready for series number 2 and another super exciting series. We thought the first series wasn't going to be as exciting as the second one, but I mean, we've already had a banger in the first series, Blam, and now we've got Stalwart Esports against the Vicious in our second series for today.
Absolutely. I mean, Major Pride proving us both wrong. I did obviously predict on them to win, but again, I didn't fancy them winning in that kind of fashion. I thought it was going to be a slow burn-in, very tactical. Clearly, I didn't realize these were 5 fiery-headed guys that were able to be so aggressive. But like you say, we've got one banger out the way, which was a disguisable banger. We didn't realize it was going to be a banger, but on the side of Major Pride there, as you can see them being the first semi-finalists in the Honor of Kings Open Series. But next up, we have a treat for you. It is Stalwart Esports against the Vicious. For those that did watch the Wildcard qualifiers, they were also known as Omega Nemesis. So if you're a bit confused, that's who they are. But again, this is a Wildcard region team against a MENA region team. So we haven't seen either of these teams actually play yet together, or a region from these teams play together yet. So I am super duper excited to see what Stalwart Esports do to stop the Laos monsters that is the Vicious.
No, definitely. I mean, I've only just realized as well, like what you mentioned already with like the whole Turkey versus Eastern EU. We also have MENA versus the Wildcard in both of our quarterfinals as well. So that's also super exciting, which means we get some spicy matchups in the semi-finals as well. But yeah, I mean, let's turn our attention to like Stalwart Esports, for example. Yep. Let's have a look at them. Let's kind of talk about them as well, because I think this is a roster that 3 of the members were together in the Invitational Season 1. They had a pretty good showing as well in Invitational Season 1, Stalwart Esports, and now they have a few new members coming into their roster as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can kind of carry on the momentum. You know, they had a good showing in the MENA qualifiers as well, so I have to see if that momentum can carry over to this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, they were obviously in the Season 1 Invitational as well. They played very, very well considering the caliber of the teams they were going against, some being Brazilian, some being Turkish, and we both know that those regions have fantastic pools of talent when it comes to their players, but they still held their own. They did very well against Alpha 7, didn't quite take a round from them, but they still put up a heck of a match, which makes me think that we can have a lot of hope against the Vicious as well, because if there's two regions that you really want to be going against and proving yourself against, it's definitely the Wildcard region and either the Brazilian region as well, because again, these are just unlimited, untapped pools of talent within both of those.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I was talking to one of their members, like Clue, yesterday as well, and he was kind of saying that they don't really know what to expect really from the Vicious. Obviously being a wild card team as well. I think Stalwart put a lot of expectation on themselves with, as you mentioned, them doing really well in Invitational Season 1 and pretty much just breezing through the qualifiers for the MENA region. And this is a roster that has so much talent behind them, so much history behind them, and so much experience as well behind them already, that it means that they kind of might have the upper edge on them. But we're going to take a look at a short video now from Stalwart to have a look to see how they're preparing for this tournament.
Hello, I'm Ray, the jungler of Stalwart Esports. My teammates are Clue, support, Wawa, ADC, Precious and Nabil are Clash laners, and Luban is mid lane. I think our biggest highlights from this regional qualifier is that we didn't drop a single game. I would say our biggest challenge this tournament so far, in this regional finals, was playing with a new roster. Some players are new to the roster, and being able to find new synergies very quickly, I would say. I would say our team strategy and game plan evolved drastically on this tournament, since we have new players on the roster and we got to adapt to their playstyle. I believe that the biggest strength my team possesses is talent, of course, and hard work, and I believe it's what got us here. I would say that the atmosphere in the team as we approached the regional finals was very chill and very friendly. There was no stress involved. As a captain, I would say that the ultimate goal is, and I'm pretty confident that all of my teammates share the same feeling, is to be able to perform in international events and be able to face global teams, Chinese teams especially, and give them a very good fight. The regional finals are where legends are born. Be part of our story by watching us and supporting us as we compete for victory.
Determination, one of the key words there said by Ray as to how they got into this position in the first place. And that's definitely something that they showed as well throughout the qualifiers and also in the Invitational Season 1. It's a team that has, as I mentioned before, so much history behind them, a lot of experienced players as well. And we're going to show their roster on their screen right now.
Yep, so we have Nabil, who's normally their mid lane, but Precious couldn't quite make it. So Nabil is going to be in the Clash lane, Ray in the jungle, so Captain Ray, as we've just heard from. Luban is going to be in the mid lane, Wawa and Clue, who is going to be the noticeable and very familiar in the farm lane there. So we are seeing them on stage there already. We can see Nabil with his very blonde hair. It wasn't that blonde last time we saw him, Stu, if I remember correctly.
I'm pretty sure it definitely wasn't that blonde the last time we saw him, that's for sure. He's changed up his hairstyle, he's changed up everything, and he's even changed lane as well. This is a player that we both know used to play as a supportive role in a previous mobile MOBA. Played in mid lane already for Stalwart and now moving up into that Clash lane. It's going to be interesting to see how he can adapt. I mean, we both know that he's a very talented player. He can pick up heroes kind of off the back of nothing and be able to still perform incredibly well. He's even got his
He looks like a rock star, doesn't he?
Look at him. Oh, he's in the rhythm with this game for sure. It's super exciting to see. Yeah, on the other side here, we have the Vicious, the team that you know I love, Blam. We have Tommy in that Clash lane, MZK in the jungle, 919 in the mid lane, and an easy buy in the farm lane with Pegasus as support.
I think the logo teams, I think, trolled you there, Stu. They're definitely not in order, but that is the team there, unfortunately, for Vicious. They're not changed the roster, but it is exactly the same as it was in the wildcard. So unlike Stalwart Esports, they have obviously Luben in the middle, rather than mid lane, sorry, rather than Nabil, and then instead of Precious up in the top lane, and they have now Nabil, the rock star with the golden hair and the sunglasses as well. But yeah, I mean, the first thing from Nabil as well, just talking about players here, is he is a player that definitely holds himself to accountable. Like me and Stu have obviously met Nabil multiple times, and in the last LAN where we met him, he held himself to very high standards that he didn't quite win, but I'm sure he's probably come back for a little bit of a LAN win this time around. He's definitely looking ready for it. I don't think I've seen any other player rock up on stage with shades like Nabil has. It seems like a bit of a spectrum there. You've got Clue right on the other end, just kind of just like chill, calm, as he always is, and then you've got Nabil, this is like rock star, going crazy.
I mean, we'll have to ask him next time whether he actually plays with sunglasses even at his home as well, because I don't remember him rocking up in sunglasses the last time we met him as well. So whether that's a change of something that he's used to, I'm not really too sure. But I mean, I guess whatever makes you comfortable at the end of the day, I think that's what it is. I think most of these players are going to want to fill in their comfort zone as soon as possible. We saw in the last series that it seemed like Major Pride kind of had a bit of a warm-up game in their first game. You know, they weren't really fully prepared. And they, you know, you need to make sure that these players feel comfortable, you know, the backroom staff, the coaches and everything like that. They need to be in the position that they feel like, you know, some of these players might even play Honor of Kings from their beds. You know, they prefer to lay down and things like that as well. So it's a whole different environment for these players. Is a whole different point as well, and new opponents for both of these teams as well. You know, as we mentioned before, Stalwart coming from the MENA region already has had quite a lot of success already in Honor of Kings against the Vicious, which again, coming from the wild card, we're not really too sure what to expect. Kind of similar to Major Pride, where we had a bit of history about Major Pride with their disappointment Invitational Season 1. The Vicious, we don't know too much about. Some of these players used to play on Paradise Esports before. They've also been in the Asian Games as well as a team. So it's a team that has been together for quite some time. But we'll have to see if, again, it's kind of the same with Major Pride. You know, they've been a team that's been together for so long. So it seems like these teams, well, going off the first series anyway, the teams that have been together for so long and have been a family for so long seems to have that bond and that synergy that no other team really has at the moment.
Absolutely. We can see Coach on the side of Stalwart Esports. Obviously, it's normally a Chinese name. I struggled to pronounce it in Season 1, but Zero did fill me in, which was my co-caster in 01, saying that it translates to Coach Handsome. So that is what I call him all the time. It is Coach Handsome there. With, I mean, it looks like a little bit of a rock star group already with Nabil with his sunglasses on. Coach Handsome there, just absolutely looking like a dumb. But if there was something that you could wear and feel comfortable in a LAN, Stu, and it was one piece of item, what would it be?
You put me on the spot there. I don't know. I don't really wear too much, to be fair, as long as I've got my chair and I've got my comfort and I've got everything else. Maybe it's my cooler that I need for my phone. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe that's the one thing that I would take with me. But that is some rocking up as well. I remember, I mean, he's such a character, Nabil, you know, as we both mentioned, you know, we've seen him play so many times, and he's always a character even when you meet him as well. He's a person that just rocks up. He just comes about. He just he's fully focused, and I think he's going to be definitely fully focused on this tournament because, you know, we talk about kind of the history behind some of these players on Stalwart. You know, Clue, for example, having been to a world championship, not Honorary Kings, but other titles. The Bill also having some recent performance. Same with Wawa as well. Ray obviously being on that Invitational season 1 as well, and also being at the Invitational Championship as well. So you go through all of these names on Stalwart, and they have just talent across the board. It'll be interesting to see how Lubin fills in the mid lane in this tournament, and also how Nabil adapts to that clash lane, because playing a clash lane hero is completely different to playing a mid lane hero.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we would honestly think that he was sort of used to control mages and stuff like that, but now he's going to be going up with either tanks or very bruiser-centric sort of heroes like your Byron, like your Charlotte, your Mulan, stuff like that. So again, is he going to go for the safe picks of the tanks? Because you can never really go wrong with a tank in the clash lane. So it could be very interesting if he does go for that approach, or he's going to go for a very flashy approach, just like those sunglasses. We will yet to see as we go into the draft. But yeah, I mean, I think the thing that Stalwart Esports really has is that untapped knowledge from Coach Handsome. So obviously this is a coach that's been part of the KPL for quite some time. So again, this could be to the advantage of Stalwart Esports as well, going against the Vicious, as we don't really know much about their coach. We know that the player's obviously been on previous teams before and have competed before with each other. So again, already sort of like underlaying synergy, but will it match what Stalwart Esports have already brought to the table?
Yeah, definitely. Well, it'll be a very interesting series nonetheless as well. And I think the interesting part as well is kind of the kind of adaptation. We've already seen in the first series, you know, kind of the adaptation in terms of the drafts. We're definitely going to get a sort of, I guess you can call it tournaments sort of draft, and a tournament sort of meta as well, where some people feel like maybe some heroes are stronger than others, especially in the sort of LAN environment. I would expect Nabil to go probably more towards them tanks, like you mentioned, with the Byron in the clash lane. Probably won't be able to go for someone like someone with maybe a bit more skill. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe he's been practicing all night and he's going to be able to pick up some heroes. But we're going to take a quick short break before we head into that first draft. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series EMEA Finals. Sorry about the delay. Hopefully we can get things underway shortly with the draft between Stalwart Esports and also the Vicious. So super exciting series that we're really looking forward to, especially if the first series is anything to go by with how exciting that first series was. Let's kind of go back into it, Blam, in terms of maybe what we're expecting to see during the draft. We know some of these players like to pick certain heroes and everything like that. Tell us a little bit about what we're expecting to see here.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like what we would only hope that Luban picks the same as what Nabil did, because obviously Nabil was very much a control mage player. He picked Princess Frost more times than not. If it wasn't Princess Frost, it was Lady Shen or Shou Yu. So again, 3 massive control mages. So none of the my flashy plays. We can clearly see that Nabil likes the mage gameplay, or it's a direction from Coach Handsome. But if we look at sort of what Precious was playing, so what the role that Nabil will now take over, he was very Byron heavy. We had the Dharma pick come through, but also Milan as well. So not a lot of teams pick up the Milan pick, so that's going to be really interesting to see if they decide to still stick with that kind of meta, or they're going to play it safe with the tanky top lanes and maybe put Ray on the likes of Musashi, try and secure the Lamb, maybe the Hugh Huan as well. Not quite sort of like tanky junglers to then have tanky clash lane heroes as well, because kind of a little bit counterintuitive, especially if your enemy team goes for a tanky jungle or a assassin in the clash lane, or vice versa. But then obviously Wawa has a variety of picks down in the farm lane from Durenji, Garo. We've seen him pick up MVPs on the Garo pick, Luban as well, and then obviously Huangjong when it sort of gets paired with the Dolia for obviously the 2x ultimate as well. And then if you look at Clue is very much a Zhongfei main, but very much so in that Grand Finals match in the Split 1 Open Series qualifier. He played Dolia and Dechao and not a single Zhongfei in sight. So this could be either the start of a similar picture or a completely new pretty picture with the addition of Luban, or something just waiting to crawl out of Stalwart Esports playbook and surprise us all.
Yeah, we've already seen a few surprise picks here and there in the previous series, and again, it's something that these players haven't had a lot of time to prepare for. Finally, Nabil has taken their sunglasses off, thank God for that.
Clearly saw my tweet.
But to be honest, there's not been too much time to prepare for these teams. They've had a little bit of time to prepare and a little bit of downtime between the qualifiers and also this tournament. But obviously, things like the travel and everything else, and getting to Abu Dhabi and making sure that they got the scrims and everything ready for this tournament. They've probably still got a few picks up their sleeves, a few picks that maybe they haven't shown before that they're looking to try and show in this series. But I think this is a very difficult one to predict, as we are going to get straight into the draft here. A few bans already come out, that Doya or Race already being banned away, and then Vicious gets Lamb and Ali and also Byron as well in that clash lane. A few really strong picks here for both these teams.
Absolutely. You can kind of see that Vicious have kind of gone for that very aggressive early team comp. So obviously Lamb needs to build up a few items, but the likes of the Byron can have a fantastic early pressure in the clash lane if you let him to just farm up and sort of, as if the enemy jungler is not kind of pertaining to the clash lane or pertaining to the enemy clash lane, you can kind of see this Byron will shine quite easily on the side of Vicious. But as you say, Ali coming through as well. It's going to be interesting to see what they actually pick up. But looking at the bans, you see the My ban as well and the Dharma ban as well. So again, a pick that both of these teams generally kind of go for is the Dharma. Only Easy Baby on the side of Vicious has actually locked in the Dharma more so than Stalwart Esports. But looking over to Stalwart Esports, it's very much the Season 1 Invitational Prio bans, which is Dolia and Dechao, and they've actually locked in the Sun Bin there to try and not get as much synergy with the support pick for that Lamb.
You have to see the rest of the bans. Gunamo being banned away. Another Mid laner being banned away as well. Charlotte also being banned. And we don't really know what Nabil is going to pick in this clash lane. We've already had the Byron being taken away, which was maybe something we were expecting him to pick, especially with it being such a safe, pretty easy champion to play. And somehow this Zhang Fei has fallen through the whole draft up until this point. So that's going to be picked up by Clue, with obviously the Doria being banned away. They do have pretty good crowd control, you know, with the Zhang Fei, with the Princess Frost as well, and also with their jungler with the lockdown and the ultimate. But now Vicious have to round out their composition here to see what they want. And you can see the coach there and Nabil kind of talking, maybe deciding what hero Nabil should be playing in this situation, because he's the last pick that needs to go through here for Star Wars.
Yeah, like you said, the likes of the Princess Frost and also the Zhang Fei coming through is a great anti-engage mechanic on these heroes, because you got Zhang Fei that's able to push the enemy heroes away, but you've also got Princess Frost with that great ultimate as well. So not only can it deal a lot of damage, it can also sort of be used as a sort of like a neutralizing minion wave mechanic as well. And as you can see over to the side of Vicious, they do pick up the Liam Poe, which is one of my favorite picks, to be honest, and it's looking like it's going to be the support pick as well. So you're going to see some massive engages with that hero, and then obviously Angela in the mid lane to try and counter the Princess Frost. As we know, again, Angela is a fantastic, easily played hero, but the real mastership of that hero is the timing of the skills, landing the two skills to get the CC off as well, and obviously using that CC immunity from her ultimate, Blazing Brilliance, to the best as you can, because there's the Masashi knockup on the side of Star Wars Esports. So if you see that Masashi's going to go and hone in onto the Angela, then that CC immunity from that ultimate is going to negate that, and then ultimately play that Masashi into your team.
Here we go. Game number one of our second series of the day. Vicious versus Star Wars. One of these teams will be booking their place in the semi-final against Major Pride, and the other team will unfortunately have to go back home. A super exciting series that both of these teams will surely be looking forward to this entire day. And I think, going back to the compositions, I think Vicious has such an incredible composition, because they have such big frontline champions like the Brian, like the Liam Poe as well, and even Liam as well can be a frontline tank really for the team. And it gives Angela that kind of space that she needs to, you know, fire out the fireballs, use the ultimate as well, which is such a big thing that I think you need when you are playing this mid lane champion, is that you need that space, you need that distance to be able to use your abilities. And as you mentioned, pretty easy to play, and the burst damage that Angela can do is pretty insane. But Wara at the moment playing super aggressive towards Tom in this bomb side, and the first blood going over to Clue, but it could be countered back straight away. Lubin is here, is also here to help, but the flash is going to come down. Clue going to dash away, and it's first blood over to Star Wars.
Yeah, that was a very, very risky into that first kill, because you saw that they was able to easily claim it, but you could kind of see on the side of the Vicious that they knew what they were doing. The Lamb, the Angela, and the Liam Poe was all rotating very heavily towards that farm lane. But luckily for Star Wars Esports, they had the shielding of the Zhang Fei, and they also had the flash of the Dorenji as well. So was all able to get out of there unscathed, which, how many times are they going to be able to do this within this series is probably very limited compared to how the skill of the Vicious come through. But we do get a trade down in the farm lane. We missed that, but Ali picks up the kill onto Wawa.
Yeah, Wawa being taken down there. Ollie taking a kill back there. Tom getting a little bit of revenge there from that first blood. It looks like just a bit of a catch there by Tom, doing really well to catch Wawa over the wall there, and a really good pickup for Vicious here to get a kill back on the board. So far, a lot of this pressure has been down in this farm lane. A lot of rotation is happening down in this farm lane as well. We're not having that much pressure in this mid side, and that's because we don't have the likes of Mai in the mid lane in this game. We just have the likes of these two control mages, Princess Frost and also Angela. Just going to keep on clearing waves time and time again, and it gives space for the support and also the mid laner to kind of roam around. You can see here Wawa just getting caught by all the crowd control, and there, yeah, with no flash, wasn't able to escape there, unfortunately. Really good pick up there by Vicious.
Yeah, they definitely timed that well on the side of Vicious, be able to pick up that Derengi kill for themselves. So they're now no longer sitting at a lonely 0 kills. They have a 1-1 and neutralize that only lead that Stalwart Esports really had in that early game. But as you can already see from the last match compared to this match, it's a whole different gravy. There is no sort of like tit for tat at 1 minute. There is no separating these two sort of like ferocious teams. But however, it's very much more calm, calculated, sort of like pokey engages, trying to bait out with the Liempo so that the Ali can try and do a lot more damage in terms when they come through, and of already like very low health, as we saw there. Wawa's health just pretty much got half deleted there, but now the Overlord and Tyrant are up. Nabil has yet to leave his Clash lane, but now I believe this is going to be the time he's going to do it and stop the Byron trying to steal those jungle objectives. However, I think he was actually successful taking that side minion wave, because Byron is currently up by 200 gold. Not a lot within lanes, but it's still something that's going to be graining on you, being the opposition in that lane.
Interesting there. Pegasus using the ulti just to clear the mid lane, but Ray and Lubin are there to kind of counter the engage instead. Looks like the setup is really in the cards here for Vicious, and there's aggression as well. Look at the Poe in the backline as well. The CC immunity in the end for 919 is going to keep him alive. Then that means that Liam Poe is super aggressive. The ultimate's back up already for Angela. Doesn't even need to. Just use it in the mid lane, and then 10 seconds later she's got it back again. But this gives space for the Vicious to take this first Tyrant of the game. A little bit of space, a little bit of crowd control, and the aggression here for MZK at the moment is crazy. Like, he is just going through the enemy jungle, and he just knows that he can live. And the flash over the wall, the ultimate, 1 HP onto Wawa in the end, stays alive as well. But that means Nabil can dash over the wall here and hope to try and get a kill. The tower goes down, but Nabil gets 1. But now Nabil is on the wrong side of the map. The ultimate comes down. They're going to try and take down Tom, but no, Tom is going to have too much mobility in the end. And that's a few easy kills there for Vicious. And also, they take the first tower of the game.
Yeah, notice how all that kind of came about with how they managed to mess up the acquisition of getting that blue buff. So they able to get that blue buff to sort of like go around the outer wall, and it constantly resets, so nobody got it. So on the other Stalwart Esports, on like a hero like Masashi is detrimental to him, and now Vicious are just having their fun. Jongbei manages to push them away, but Liam Poe is an engaged queen, but the Princess Frost, it manages to CC them. So again, negating that huge, what was a potential engage there from the Liam Poe, was a fantastic play there by the control mage, Princess Frost, on the side of a Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, a bit of over-aggression there, unfortunately, for the Vicious. It looks like they want to try and turn this into a mid-lane tower with all the members pretty much down here at the moment for the Vicious. The mid-lane tower is going to be destroyed. Not the first tower of the game, as the first tower of the game went down in the farm lane, but really good counter-engage there from Stalwart. You saw the Vicious was trying to play super aggressive. They knew they had the momentum. They knew they had the lead. They tried to take a few jungle camps away. The Princess Frost, as you mentioned, the crowd control that this hero brings to a fight is just so difficult to deal with. When the members of Vicious are able to group up, it's so difficult. You see here Lubin trying to flank actually with Princess Frost now as well. Not too sure what he's doing there, to be fair. That's not where a mage definitely should be handling. Luckily gets away with it in the end. But that does mean that a little bit of aggression here is going to mean that this Clash Lane tower is going to be under threat. MZK just gonna walk up, and look, he just doesn't give a damn. He has so much CC immunity. He has so much CC. Ollie gets a kill in the mid lane actually onto Princess Frost. Catches out the mid lane. We unfortunately missed out on that one. Ollie again with the mobility, dashing over the walls, catching out Princess Frost. A hero that doesn't have a lot of mobility and needs to stay safe in these fights.
Yeah, Lamb fortunately not be able to take down the Masashi because that could have been huge as well for the side of the Vicious. But Lamb actually did a really good macro play, and whilst that was all popping off, he was cleaning the lane, he was the farm lane, he was picking up that extra little bit of gold, and it's ultimately led to a big strong minion wave down in the farm lane as well, and potentially a takedown of the mid all first tier turret as well. So the Vicious soon paying back that dividends that they missed in the mid lane by letting that first tier turret fall. They've taken that back pretty snappy as well, because sometimes that can be a prolonged thing and a hard objective to secure. But speaking of securing objectives, Ali manages to pick up that Overlord as well to the side of Vicious.
A few Vanguards are going to be on the map and now, going to help with the pushing power for the Vicious here. And MZK is just creating so much pressure on this map this game. You just look at his positioning, just look at him. He's just going aggressive. He's going forward. He knows he has the tankiness. He knows he has the CC and even the CC immunity to be able to escape straight away. And he is giving the Vicious so much room around this map. Every time he's stepping forward, he's bringing questions to the side of Stalwart, because they have to think, is he going to be supported? Is there someone else there with him? Is he by himself? Can we kill him? And most of the time, the answer is no. They cannot kill this tank at all. And this support is just doing so much damage. It gives so much more room as they look to engage on the mid lane. That's the engage. That's all the crowd control. Clue stays alive though for a little bit longer. And the Liam Poe jumps in and jumps straight back out of there. And they can look to engage again. Insane crowd control there by Wawa, getting a trade kill backwards there. But overall, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Vicious, and they can look to try and push this advantage even more and invade into the top side. They're looking for more kills, but no, it's being turned around by Stalwart. The extra damage, though, from the long range of Angelo is going to be enough. And Ray is only going to be the one alive here. So much back and forth here in these fights. Oh, yeah, so, the snipe!
An absolute snipe there from Pegasus on the side of Vicious. So overall, that was a 4-3 trade by the Vicious there. Now putting them up to 10 kills to 8 and steadily ahead with that gold, because we're looking at a potential 4k gold difference over to the side of the Vicious, playing a very clean game. But to be honest, Stalwart Esports are not letting them get away with too clean of a game, because they are still up with 8 kills. They are trying their best to hold out here. I think if any of the team played against the Vicious, I think it would be going a completely different direction. But even with the spontaneous adjustments from Stalwart Esports, they are still doing this pretty well so far. We see that the Vicious is able to pick up the Shadow Tyrant of the game, so gonna give, again, a lot of damage to this Arlie. We see the Liempo straight into the back of the line. Arlie just busing from the distance with that blazing brilliance. And then Byron just clean it up. Wawa on the Derenji. Ray is on the run. Clue is on the run back to base. And it looks like they may pick up a Masashi kill. And the second tier turret up in the Clash lane. And they do. Another kill goes over to Lee and Poe. Really shining why I love this pick in honor of Kings. And it looks like they're not done yet. The Vicious are diving in on a 4v1. Clue is holding on, but there's no Unbridled Rage to be activated, and it is an ace from the Vicious. Is this going to be the quickest ended game yet? It's 11 minutes. They're at the Crystal. The only thing stopping them is that slow movement speed buff, but they are trickling out. Stalwart Esports are just trying to hold on and clear the minion wave to stop the Crystal assault. And Nabil does it. It gets a double kill onto the Vicious team as well. And the tower takes one. Hey, if the tower can get some skin in the game, why not, buddy?
Tower gets some love. The execution in the air for Liam Poe, the only way that he can really die at the moment. Just such an incredible performance so far by this Liam Poe, like you said, kind of highlighting why this hero can be so strong and just set up so many fights time and time again. They're looking to try and trade this back. They're looking to try and take the Overlord whilst they have the advantage. Who took it away? It was secured in the end by Stalwart, but a double kill for 919. Means that they might not have too much of an advantage yet. They have to be careful as well. This is a 5 versus 3. The high ground tower in that Clash lane is already exposed, and you do have to be oh so careful. They're looking to try and defend this mid lane at the moment, but the Vicious are playing really, really well, but it looks like at times they're playing a bit too aggressive. They just want more blood. They just want more kills time and time again. You know, diving underneath the crystal, trying to take out Princess Frost, which they did, but also they lost a few lives themselves as well. But they don't really care about that. They are 8,000 gold ahead right now in this game. And Stalwart just have to find a way to try and get back into this. But you're seeing how much damage this Pegasus is doing. Pegasus has the front line that he needs with this hero pick. And you can see, even with the Shadow Overlord, I don't think it's going to really mean too much. It's kind of used as a defensive mechanism right now to kind of stop them from pushing this lane. But that's not going to live to fight another day.
Yeah, you can really see that the pressure has been put onto Stalwart Esports here. They are playing on their back foot because they've got the enhanced minions in the clash lane rocking through as well, because they lost the higher ground turret there, and it could potentially be the mid higher ground turret falling as well. But Stalwart Esports still have something to say here. Nabil maybe getting caught. Oh no, sorry, Ray gets caught out by Lamb, and whilst that is happening, Liam Po is keeping the Princess Frost and the Zhang Fei out of the team fight, just so Renji could pick up the Ali as well. So again, little trades going on. That was a 2-for-1 on the side of Vicious, but again, it's still a vicious attempt on trying to just absolutely abuse these higher ground turrets. We can currently see Luben, Clue, and Wawa just trying to keep this safe, but Lamb goes straight to the back of the queue to try and take out the Renji, but then Clue comes through onto the Zhang Fei, unbridled rage, pushing away the Lamb from Wawa there, keeping his farm lane alive, and they are holding onto these higher ground turrets because this is the only thing they have left on the side of Stalwart Esports.
They're holding on to dear life at the moment. They have enough wave clear, but look at this. Every single jungle camp is getting taken away from them, and they could just look to try and take their Shadow Tyrant right now, giving them the extra boost that maybe they need in terms of damage. But right now, it just seems like Stalwart cannot even get close to Pegasus, could not even get close to this Angela pit. Like I said, because you have such a huge amount of front line that Stalwart have to try and break through, they cannot get onto Angela, but it looks like they're going to try and take a kill here. Ray tries to get a pick up, but unfortunately not in the end. A Liam Po CC comes in, and this might just be lights out for game number 1 for Stalwart here. They tried their best, but now Vicious have a wave in this bottom lane. The high ground tower gets taken down. There's only Nabil and Clue to try and save the day. The ultimate comes out from Nabil, tries to dive in onto the back line, takes 1 kill. He needs to try and take another as well, as I don't think it's going to be enough. He's actually going to live in the end, but Clue goes down anyway. There is no minions though. Nabil did enough and Clue did enough to kill the minions, and Stalwart still lived to fight another day.
They are definitely stalling Esports at the moment. They're stalling the end of game 1 as much as possible, but it's an admirable effort, but it's just always going to be a means to an end here because they're just so far ahead by 10k gold. All the higher ground turrets are now fallen. It is ground zero at the Crystal. Lamb there, Byron there, Liam Po, Ali all here to play. The only person that's not there is Angela, and they managed to pick up another few kills as well. Lamb trying to pick off Wawa and Luban as well. It is a wipeout by the Vicious. They get an ace. Zhang Fei is here, but it's not going to be enough to keep this Crystal alive in game 1, and game 1 goes over to the Vicious.
Really nice game there from Vicious in the end. Again, the aggression, it seems like in these series at the moment, are paying dividends to these teams. We saw the aggression from Major Prime in the previous series. Now it's the aggression from Vicious this time around. Again, probably stepping a bit too far sometimes, you know, trying to go underneath the crystal, trying to play a little bit too aggressive, but they can play with that sort of power. They can play with that sort of aggression because they know that they have the capability to take down Stalwart, and that's exactly what they were able to do here in game number 1. A very convincing overall game by Vicious, you know, being able to take his first game means that they're now going to be in the momentum for the second game, and maybe even beyond that, Stalwart can take 1 game back.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. That with game one, it's generally kind of like a power play for one of the teams to kind of make their footing and be like, "What? We are the dominant team. We are going to show you why we're the dominant team in game one." But I can honestly say their game one was way better than Beşiktaş Esports game one because, like you said, they did overstep a little bit, but they did have massive control at the map very early on. And I think that's what the problem was with Stalwart Esports, is a case that they had the aggression, but the aggression had already been applied by the Vicious, and they were able just to run away with it. And like, unfortunately, they did slip up a few times, but they could slip up at a cost because they were 10k gold ahead by the end of it as well. And high ground turrets was already gone by 11 minutes.
I think it was very difficult when Stalwart were on the back foot in this game, but I think we mentioned it during the game. But this Liam Poe pick, I think MZK, even though it didn't seem like he did too much, he did a lot when it came to the team fights. But if you just watch back this game and you just watch the positioning for MZK, it's so well played. Like, it's so clever here for MZK. Knowing as a hero that you have so many dashes, you have the CC immunity, and you have that leeway to just step in the enemy jungle and get vision for your team. He was kind of like a walking ward in the way in the enemy jungle. He wasn't really doing too much in terms of, damage or trying to set up plays. If he found an opportunity, then he could try and set up a play, but he was trying to get vision. He was trying to get some information for his team. And at the same time, Stalwart were kind of on the back foot from that point because they don't know. As soon as they see Liam Poe, they're always questioning in their heads, is there someone else nearby? Is there going to be another hero nearby? Is he by himself? And it was at a point where they couldn't even kill the Liam Poe. At the end, he had to get executed by a tower to even be taken down. And that's how difficult it was for Stalwart in the end.
Absolutely. So if you know that it takes just a turret if it takes only the thing is the turret takedown that kills the Lee and Poe, you've got to try and ramp up your efforts to try and take down the hero. And like you said, he was a moving ward. He took his absolutely opportune moments there to try and force a team fight into the favor of his team. And as you can see that he did take, I think it was like 30% of the overall damage taken as well. So a lot of damage taken onto the Liam Poe, but this is the kind of hero you pick as a sponge. If you don't get that Zhang Fei, you go for the Liam Poe, especially when you have such an aggressive team comp like Vicious did, and really proving it here with not only the actual gameplay and the team fights, it was also the macro. They were just always present, doing little macro plays, setting up future turret takedowns like the Lamb did down in that farm lane. But here again, Angela just being able to give a clear, absolute pressure from the back line, whilst Liam Poe's just able to soak so much damage, and then Byron coming in to do so much damage as well, albeit he's kind of like the ballista of the team. He's kind of just like thrown in there with his thrown in there at the door to take it down. He may die, but he may pick up a kill and do some damage as well, and that's exactly how Easy Baby played him.
Yeah, you can just see the damage from Angela in these fights as well. It's kind of something that we were mentioning. This was a little bit of the over-aggression that we were talking about here, really, by Vicious, trying to dive underneath the crystal and maybe not playing a bit too safe, but that didn't really matter in the end. Ali doing some incredible damage, and again, this Liam Poe, just the crowd control. And look, even in fights like this, that extra shielding that you get there, and that Pegasus was able to get with the ultimate and the CC immunity, means that you just do so much damage. And even if you get dove on by the likes of Nabil, that you can be completely fine about it. And then this was the last fight. This was the be-all and end-all, really. They tried to defend the crystal. They tried to defend everything else. Wawa tried his best. Nuban as well, who had a pretty decent game, I feel like, as the substitute coming into this on Princess Faust. But yeah, there you go. MVP in the end, MZK. Just setting up so many fights in the end. Look at his damage taken. Nearly 110,000 damage taken. He took so much for his team. Again, it wasn't a crazy, high damage performance that you like to see, but it's the kind of performance that you need to kind of set up the plays and allow the rest of your team to do enough damage to win these fights.
Absolutely. I mean, MZK is no stranger to the MVP spot. He did get the only MVP when they played against 7C as well. So clearly a very well played support player on the side of the Vicious. And again, showing that playability and skill on that Liam Poe. Because last time it was on the Zhongfei. So again, if you're Stalwart Esports, you don't want to give up that Zhongfei and you don't want to give up that Liam Poe. Because again, that same thing could happen again, because those are the only two real tank supports that can really give that vision, be able to make a massive engage without you losing a lot of damage onto your squishier heroes. So that's the whole skill point of the Liempo and the Zhongfei. So well played to the Vicious, taking game one, I'd say, with more ease than hardship. There was a few oversteps, but definitely seemed like an easier game than the previous series we've just watched.
Definitely. I think the interesting part as well is kind of the bans as well by the Vicious. You know, the first two bans as well, that the Yuhan was banned away, and also the Doria was banned away. You know, two picks that Stalwart have performed very well with, and banning them to away definitely felt like Stalwart didn't have the same kind of opportunity in a way.
Absolutely. So that is the end of game one. I believe we are going to go to a little short break, and we'll see you for game two, and against the Vicious versus Stalwart Esports.
Hello, I am Plucky Leon, and I am the coach of the team, the Vicious. So the players in my team are 919, who is the captain of the team. He's also very smart and likes to play super aggressive. Our top laner is Easy Baby, and he's super smart, but also super funny. Our mid laner is Pegasus, and he is the streak one in the team. Our support is MZK, and he won't say much, but you know, he's cooking something. And finally we have Tom, who is the most flashy player in the team. So our team strategy and gameplay evolved for our tournament, because at the first stages we were playing anything and everything, like our drafts were all around the places, and as the matches and scrims went through, we figured out some strategies that worked more than others, and we figured out our meta and also what we like to play in the game. So at the end of the tournament, we had some 5-6 world strategies you can play, and yeah, that's how our team strategy evolved. So the strengths of my team are versatility, never give up attitude, and I think the best one is we have the ability to move on from games very quickly regardless of win or lose. So the atmosphere in my team when we reached the finals was everyone was super happy, super hyped to play on the LAN and to play against international teams, because we haven't played against them and other reasons. So guys, your support means a lot to us. We have worked so hard to reach this stage, and I hope you guys keep supporting us and keep fueling your passion towards us, and we promise you will provide you guys with a banger of matches. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series EMEA Finals. This could potentially be our last game of the day, especially if it went exactly the same as game number 1. Incredible game by the Vicious in the end, you know, taking game number 1. I think the draft was very smart. I think the gameplay as well was also very smart. And Stalwart kind of have to go back to the drawing boards and quick as well as we get into the second draft. As you mentioned before, they do have a coach behind the scenes that does have a lot of experience in Honor of Kings and someone that can definitely kind of up his team and also just help his team out. But it's down to the players at the end of the day as well. You know, it's down to them to kind of step things up. You know, game number 1 was a little bit unfortunate for them, and they need to try and switch things around quickly for this next game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's no fault of Stalwart Esports, but obviously shifting players into lanes that they don't necessarily play either is probably being a detriment to this match, even though Nabil did give that lane gameplay a really good shot, I'd have to say, considering he's used to control mages and long-range heroes of the sort, rather than being sort of like close-quarter combat and trying to do damage. But like we saw towards the end, he was able to use his skill as a player to clear those minion waves as well, especially on a lane. But I feel like on the side, what they need to do is that ban and pick draft needs to be a little bit stronger, because you can't allow that lamb to go through again, because giving a flashy jungler over to the side of your enemy is probably not the best thing. And we are about to find out what is actually going to be banned and what isn't. But the lamb and the dolly ban are straight away on the side of the Vicious, but then we see the Princess Frost and the Chow ban on the side of Stalwart Esports as they pick up the Pei.
Yeah, Pei is an interesting one. I believe Ray has picked up this hero before, a hero that is very, very, very, very unique to play, especially going into the likes of the Tiger form and doing really well. Has the range form and also the melee form. Can be a bit difficult to master, but also has incredible playmaking potential, which I'm sure Ray is going to want to have. They're going to again pick up the Zhang Fei and pick up Charlotte for the build this time in the Clash lane. Hopefully a bit more tankier pick, I guess, this time around. But is going to be going up against the Main. I gotta keep saying the name of I keep forgetting the name Main. Everyone else I'm okay with, but Main, I don't know why. Like, I see her and I'm just like, I know the name. It's at it's at the tip of my tongue, and it's just like, nope. It's someone that I do know. Ganon Mo going to be played in that mid lane. So mid lane champion still needs to be picked here for Stalwart, as well as the farm laner. And then for Vicious, they are looking for their support and also their jungler.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not too sure if they could. I mean, Mai is still on the board, but go. As we see the players doing a little bit of, is it the magnetic dance? I think
I think that he is as well. That song has been in my head.
It's honestly, it is literally like Kayon's ability earworm. It's always in my head. I'm always singing it. Always trying to do the hand gestures as well, but I just cannot do it. So he's clearly put me to shame. And I think that was MZK doing that as well. So props to MZK with the K-pop knowledge. But yeah, as I was alluding to before, being distracted by an amazing performance by MZK over there. I feel like the Mai is still on the table, but having already 2 heroes that rely on a massive engage like Pei and the Charlotte, I feel like going for the Mai would only be a detriment. So maybe we'll see something like either the Show You come through or even the Lady Shen, because we know that Nabil normally plays that, and we've already seen that Luban is sort of fitting into that control mage role already. But over to the side of Vicious, they banned out the Durenji and the Garo, knowing that Wawa plays the Garo as well. So, but they do pick up the Sunbin, so again, that's going to be massive engage potential with her movement speed increase as well, but also the damage over time is going to be something that you have to work around and keep your eye on when you're in this game. But they are going to go for the Mai. Oh, yes, the Mai again, and potentially picking up the Luban number 7 with Luban on their team.
Interesting. So you got Luban number 7, a pick that Wawa is definitely comfortable with, you know, with the likes of the the likes of the Garo being banned away, Durenji being banned away, kind of has to fall back to that Lu ban. As you mentioned, the Mai, you know, banned in game number 1 quite early on as well, but this time being picked up a bit later on in the draft, and it's going to have to do with some rotations really around the map. But if it was anything like the first series, you know, we saw Mai versus Guanamo already, and it was a really strong performance by the Mai getting support. But look at this. Vicious picking up something.
Side of the Vicious, that's just naughty. That is a very, very naughty but flashy pick. And I mean, we saw them on the Lam in game 1, and that is considered a rookie flashy hero. Jing is, you're taking it to the next level. You are pretty much like stepping up all the way to God tier when you pick up that Jing. And we've already seen what we would consider as a less skilled team like Major Pride pick up the Jing and master the Jing and play it very well against Beşiktaş Esports. Now we've got the Vicious picking up the Jing again. So another huge team picking up the mantle of the Mirror Blade. So here is game 2 between Stalwart Esports on the blue and the Vicious on the red. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, we're already going to see the early game here is going to be a lot to do with the mid lane priority for these two teams. In the last game, we saw a lot of priority as, oh my god, the level 1 engage actually. Clue getting a really good knock up, and the knockback, sorry, and the knock up there from Luban. Really, really nice trade there, forcing Guanamo to go back to base already. But as I was mentioning, you know, in the previous game, we saw a lot of pressure really in that bottom side of the map towards that farm lane, because both of the AD carries needed to get, you know, a little bit far ahead, and both the mid laners were just mages. But now with this Gaia being picked in the mid, I think we're going to see a lot of pressure going towards here, trying to get this guy Mai ahead, sorry, and trying to make sure that she has a much easier time in this lane.
Yeah, so obviously we was alluding to this when we saw the Beşiktaş Esports pick up the Mai and going against Major Pride's Gan and Mo, but obviously they don't have the likes of the Muzi to kind of try and lock in the Mai. Lock in the Gan and Mo for Mai to sort of take absolute sort of dominance over it. But we've already seen that Luban is already promising those nice little knockups there with the assistance of Clue with his knockback on the Zhang Fei as well. And we're getting a big knockup here. Oh, Mirror Blade comes through just to keep Luban away. So this Mai's early game damage is really putting pressure on the side of the Vicious. And we're already seeing some clean rotations coming from Charlotte and the Pei as well. So again, this is definitely a different kind of Stalwart Esports. They are kind of turning on the Major Pride energy with the aggression in game 2.
Yeah, they need to be extremely careful. You can see the long range of Luban's ability being used really for vision as anything else. As always, it looks like it's catching now MZK. Hey, you're not playing the Lian Po this time, but actually stays alive in the end, surprisingly. I'm really surprised that he stayed alive. Maybe it's just Stalwart not wanting to play too aggressive, maybe expecting someone else to be nearby, but MZK got away with murder there, really. Should have really gone down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there was just more wary of the Gammo rotating around as well as the Ali, but Ali was put major pressure in their lane against the Luban, and you saw that Wawa was using his rocket for vision, couldn't find really anybody there, used it a little bit too early because he could have spot Jing if he used it 1 second later, which would be huge intel for his team, because now Jing, Sunbin, Ganmo, and Ali are all on that bottom side of the map, and Clue, Luban, and Mai here are all kind of just like sitting ducks in the river, which could be really a really bad case scenario for them if the Vicious managed to catch wind of it, but they didn't, unfortunately, for the side of Stalwart Esports. But what they have picked up on is their first blood down in the bot lane, but it could be quickly answered here. Again, up into the Clash lane, we see that Easy Baby goes down, but Ray pays for his sins for being up in the Clash lane by the Vicious.
So they get the kill down in the farm lane, but it's returned back in the Clash lane. 1 for 1 in the Clash lane, 1 for 0, and once again, Wawa and Clue getting the advantage. We're going to see this again. Just the AoE damage really from Wawa on this Luban, doing so much damage, and a lockdown from Clue in the end. Really, really well played to catch out MZK in this bottom side, as we now get the objectives spawning. And look at Luban here. Luban's looking for an assassination straight onto Tom, but the knockback in the end. Really nice ultimate there from Tom to knock away the Mai to safety. And that does actually mean that Vicious now get advantage and lane priority, around this major objective. And Luban's play, unfortunately, came back to bite him.
Absolutely, could pick up this Tyrant here. Oh, it's crucial theft. Blue gets the crucial kill theft onto the Tyrant as well. And they could potentially get that bot lane turret also, but it's not going to be game over there. Gammo takes a lot of damage from Wawa's Rocket, and then Ray coming through with some huge damage as well. So fair play to Stalwart Esports from stealing the Tyrant and not really giving much else other than the Zhongfei kill.
Oh, wow. Who would have thought the Clue was good at stealing objectives? Hey, we would have never thought that. What a crazy steal there from Clue. Really, really well played and really keeping his team in it at the moment, because this game at the moment is super close. I mean, it's not anyone's game just yet, but that could just be a huge momentum swing and just a huge bonus for the team. You know, taking that objective, knowing that you have a bit of an advantage now over the next 2 seconds means that you can maybe play a bit more aggressive in lanes. You can try and make some plays if you really want to. But yeah, what an incredible steal by Clue. Like you said, just kind of losing losing his life there for it, but he'll happily take that trade any day of the week.
Absolutely.
He can often maybe take the bot lane tower as well.
Take the bot lane tower, but they do lose Nabil up in the top lane, so it was a 2v1 between it was Jing and Mayeen going against the Charlotte there, but we could get a pickup here for Ray. Whoa, with the rocket to the face from Sunbin, and we could see the Jing take down as well. Okay, Stalwart Esports takes another 2 kills from the side of the Vicious, and already setting up some sort of lane prominence here as well in the mid lane. We have Wawa putting some pressure onto Ganmo, using that rocket from a distance to keep dealing damage to the Ganmo as well, keeping him away and out of that team fight, which is the way you really want to be winning these team fights and setting up these tower takedowns. They are going to start assaulting the Sage buff, and Ollie goes down as well on the side of the Vicious. Hello, Stalwart, tuning in with major pride.
Ray's looking a lot more comfortable on this pick, and so is Luban as well. Maybe getting a solo bolo here on this clash lane. Not going to be able to get it in the end. But Ray just looks so much more comfortable on pay in this game. So much more playmaking potential, so much more pressure. And Luban as well seems to be finding his own here on the pay. And so far, so good for Stalwart. Few thousand gold lead as well. They don't have to deal with the kind of same sort of pressure, I guess, in a way that the Vicious were kind of calling out here in game number 1. Luban just going to use the ulti in the mid lane for now, just to clear the wave for now. But Ganmo just going to use the abilities to answer back in the end. We're looking for some roams here into this clash lane, as Ollie might get a bit caught out here underneath the tower. The shield come through, but pay again. Ray is having an absolute blast on this champion, on his hero, this time around.
Yeah, I think it's because it rhymes, Stu. Ray Pay, I think that clearly is a passive buff within Honor of Kings, it seems. If your name rhymes, then it's going to go fine. But Clue with a fantastic knockback there, really keeping Pay alive within that brutal 3v2 engage from the Jing, from the Sunbin, and the Ganmo. So well played to Clue there, playing to his strengths on this Zhongfei, his favorite pick up in the support lane as well, as they try and take up another Sage buff from them, but Jing manages to secure it this time. So unfortunately, that timer on the map is not going to be another piece of information they're going to have. But Mayeen, Jing already chasing Luban and Charlotte here, but Nabil is keeping him alive. Again, there is so much tit for tat going on within this almost a mid-game game.
It's so close now. You can see both teams are just putting up so much pressure on each other at the moment. Both teams are playing super careful, just making sure that they don't overstep, they don't give over too many kills, especially with the objectives spawning now as well. You can see that these objectives might be really important for the teams. But Ray, what happened there? What was he doing there? It looks like he was trying to catch out one of the members of Vicious in the end and gets caught by himself. Completely exposed.
He got caught viciously, for lack of better words, and they are now able to take that Tyrant without any sort of contest because Zhongfei's not there to hug around the wall to try and take it again like we saw Clue first time. So Shadow Tyrant goes over to the side of the Vicious. So again, another damage buff, but is it going to be enough for Mai to be taken down? It's not. Mai has able to taken down a Jing with a damage buff from the Tyrant. That just seems a little bit broken to me there for Mai to be able to perform so well, but she's currently not even in any lead in terms of the gold. This hero just does so much damage.
I think the shield from Clue there definitely giving him a helping hand as well towards that. I think without the shield, maybe it could have been a different story, but Clue coming in to kind of save the day again, really, for his team. And this game couldn't be closer right now. It's such a close back and forth game. There's so many things that could go in either one of the ways. But Tom, what are you doing, buddy? That is not a position that a farm lane champion wants to be in, completely exposed, trying to dash forward, using his first ability to try and deal enough damage. And that might give Stalwart a bit of an advantage here towards this Shadow Overlord. If Nabil doesn't get caught out, needs to be careful. The CC immunity comes in, but Nabil really trying to stay alive and does stay alive in the end as well. But meanwhile, while this is all happening, Jing is just trying to stop in the bot lane. And actually, Nabil does die in the end by the range of Gun and Mo. And meanwhile, whilst this was all happening, 919 was able to take away the Shadow Tyrant, giving his team that little bit of a damage buff.
Yeah, it's all about that bigger picture, and it seems that the Vicious have already got eyes on the bigger picture, even though they're only 2 kills behind and not much gold behind either. I think they've just sort of negated that gold lead as well as they try and take the red buff on the side of Stalwart Esports. We have Clue dive in as well with Wawa, and Ray is close by, but Mayin's been able to escape over those walls with those parkour moves within her skill set, but then Luban picks off Jing, knowing that he was going to be on the top side of the map, because obviously trying to take the Overlord and set up that Overlord, which was a beautiful calculated play by Luban there. But Ray is on the run, and unfortunately it's a 1v1 trade across the map. Mai looking pretty low as well up in the top lane as they're trying to work on this Overlord. They do have a second smite. They still manage to secure it as well. So Shadow Overlord goes over to the side of Stalwart Esports. But is this going to be enough to stop this barrage from the Mayin, from the Sunbin, and from the Ganmo?
You can see the tier 2 tower has been taken in that bottom side of the map as well. And it looks like Stalwart are trying to fight back here. They're trying to get a little bit of an extra advantage. 2 tier 2 towers actually taken down. So even though that Vanguard has been spawned now in that bottom side of the map, and even though they did take the Overlord, overall, it's a pretty bad trade here for Stalwart, losing 2 tier 2 towers, and is actually behind in gold now. And again, Ray is the one that gets caught out, unfortunately, by his lonesome. And Luban seems to be doing pretty well at picking off members by themselves, but Ray on the other side had a good start to this game, but isn't doing as well this time around.
Yeah, so both of these jungle heroes are definitely late game heroes, so we may start to see the Pei and the Jing start to come to activate a little bit later on, but we're seeing a little bit of a barrage here on the second tier turret down in the farm lane to steal Stalwart Esports. They do manage to pick it up, and they're still going for an insult as well to injury, but still they do back away. They're not thinking, you know what, Jing's in the mid lane, she could rotate around, and she was potentially going to, but they anticipated that move. So I think that was a very bold play by Stalwart Esports, and it really played off.
Look at that goal lead right now. It couldn't be closer. Look at that. Both on 40,000 gold. It could be closer, but what happened there in the mid lane? We missed it. Luban got caught in the mid lane, and that could be an advantage here for Vicious to try and push in these lanes. Not too sure how Luban got completely caught out. Hopefully we can catch a replay of that. But that's a big pick off here for Vicious. And that means they have full map control.
Full map control. They don't have the Mai as well, who's been playing an integral part on the side of Stalwart Esports. Not only has a massive damage dealer, but being used as a ward and being able to anticipate Jing's moves and it's been going well so far, but now she is down for another 4 seconds, and they're going in for another assault takedown. Nabil as well on the side of Stalwart Esports, so it is a 1-0 trade currently. We're sort of seeing a macro play up into the top lane as well from the Jing, taking down that second tier turret, so there is no more second tier turrets on the side of Stalwart Esports. They've got to be careful, or else they could be seeing their high ground turrets being targeted next.
So for now, it looks like the objective is the name of the game here for the Vicious. They're just going to take that Shadow Tyrant for now. They'll be taking that away, getting that little bit of a damage buff and a lightning effect that you can get as well. But the early game looks so good for Stalwart, but just a few misplays, a few players being picked off. You know, Ray's been picked off a few times, Luban as well, and also Nabil. You know, these players being picked off by themselves has really made it more difficult here for Stalwart, but full credit for Vicious to kind of capitalize on these mistakes here from Stalwart, and they're pushing their advantages so well. But look at the poke damage now from Gun and Mo, just doing so much damage there, half the HP of Luban. But now it's Stalwart on the back foot. They have to find a miracle here to try and turn things around. Wawa has to use the flash to get away to safety on pretty much half HP now, try to step up to do a little bit of damage. There's only 2 seconds left now until that Shadow Overlord has spawned, and they're just going to try and take this away. Stalwart, they're not even going to contest it at the end, and this is that pick in the mid lane.
Yes, not going to contest it in the end, but there we go. Wow. That was that beautiful pickup onto Mai on that lovely repay that we missed out, unfortunately, but that was a fantastic play there by the Vicious. They do pick up the Shadow Overlord as well. We see Wawa using his vision as always on that rocket, and they do drop the Shadow Vanguard, and I'm guessing it may be either the mid lane or even Clash, because there is already a minion wave already pretty much aggressive in there. Since we haven't seen that purple wave come through, I'd assume it's on one of the side lanes anyway.
Oh, it only got used now. Oh, there you go. It got used in the bottom side in the end. It got used by Easy Buy in the bot side, and actually kind of camping in the bush here as well. You can see on the minimap, Easy Buy just kind of waiting for someone, for Stalwart to step up at the moment, but no one's going to step up just yet. They're just going to wait for this Vanguard to push on in. I actually know it was used in the top lane in the end, even though I saw the purple ring around Easy Buy. Interesting. Anyway, nonetheless, it's going to bring that wave of pressure anyway, with that Vanguard being super annoying to deal with. And maybe this is the time for Vicious to try and break them high ground towers, because they have such a big advantage now in terms of minion waves being pushed in. They're just taking so much damage right now, and Stalwart, they have to do something here before it's too little too late.
Yeah, already at ground zero here. We see that the Shadow Vanguard's already sort of abusing that Clash lane higher ground turret, and is able to do so even with none of the members of Vicious nearby even attacking it. It was literally just the Vanguard and the Shadow Vanguard just rocking down the lane, just like, you know what, we'll take it for you, lads. Have a breather. Ray getting caught out in the bush there. Brings the Mayin, though. Is that a bit of a bait? But still, she manages to escape. We have Jin going in. Gammo takes down the Luban as well. We can see Nabil coming down as well. He's holding on to dear life, missing out all those. Oh, so close for Ganmo on the side of Vicious to take down the Charlotte, but Ray comes in to clean up the backline of those very low heroes on the side of Vicious, but still trades his life for Tom on the side of Vicious. So it is a 2-1 trade overall. It's not over yet for Stalwart Esports, but they are still finding themselves in that same situation they did in game 1.
Ray again trying to just camp in the bush, trying to just stay in the bush, trying to catch out someone off guard. You can see that this is kind of the way that Stalwart want to win this game. They want to use these assassins, they want to use these fighters to sit in a bush and try and play super aggressive. Clue gonna try and risk his life again, not even gonna get close to it this time to try and take that major objective away. He already stole one, he couldn't steal another, but look, Luban again waiting in the bush. This is kind of the only way really that Stalwart can kind of come back in this game. Hope and just pray that someone from the Vicious just steps up a little bit too far, and maybe one of your assassins from Ray and Luban can maybe do enough damage. But so far, it's actually been the opposite way around, where it's actually the members of Vicious catching out these assassins by themselves.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame for Star Wars Esports. They have a fantastic early game, and now it's kind of just sort of plateaued a little bit here. We see that they've managed to able to sort of outwork and outmaneuver the Mai. We see the health come through onto the Jing as well from what was already missing. Clue and Luban and Nabil are all here as well, but Ali does manage to drop the Mai, so it is currently a 4v5 at the moment. A lot of damage being done there onto 919, but Jing manages to still pick up the Luban. It is a triple kill for Ali and a double kill for 911. Somebody call 911 for 919 as they take down the Crystal, and it's a 2-0 stomped for our boys on Star Wars Esports, who will be, unfortunately, eliminated on day one.
Yeah, really unfortunate here for Star Wars, a team that we were expecting to do well, but Vicious coming out absolutely flying in this series. What an incredible performance by Vicious and by the whole team as well. They had an incredible performance. A team, again, that we didn't really know what too much to expect. You know, a wildcard team coming into it. We saw them do really well in the qualifiers. Unfortunately, against HoK, they didn't really have a chance, it seemed like, against them. But they've come into this tournament in a land state, and they have performed incredibly well. What a good comeback in that second game as well. You know, kind of just playing patiently. They knew they were behind in gold. They were staying grouped, and they just picked out the members of Star Wars in the end to take down the series. As you mentioned, 2-0.
Yep, 2-0. I mean, it's like game one seems to be a bit of an experiment for one of the teams, and it's always the one that sort of, if they don't sort of try and improve on that game one, whereas really you should be bringing your all in game one and then sort of going from there, rather than be like, right, okay, let's suss out game one and then we'll see if we can bring it back in game two. And especially like a team like Vicious, if you're trying to play those odds, it doesn't work out in your favor. We saw a step up for Star Wars Esports in that game two. Obviously, Clue with that early game steal onto the Tyrant. First blood again for Star Wars Esports. So there was little victories. There was little sort of pieces of a bigger victory within that one. But just unfortunately, the Vicious was able to be just a little bit more vicious, a little bit more furious, and be very much on the back of Star Wars Esports that entire game. So unfortunately, it is a 2-0 for the lads in the MENA region, and they will be going home already after day one. I mean, I'm not too sure what to think about that.
I mean, I guess a kind of surprise in both series for today, to be fair. I mean, again, anything can happen in a LAN, and we're not really too sure what to expect from the teams in general. But kind of the two series that we've had today, we kind of expected to maybe go the other way around. But it's actually the teams that we didn't expect too much from that have actually been able to step it up. As we see the stats here for this 2-0 victory for the Vicious. We have to remember that this is not like the fully stacked roster for Star Wars as well. They are playing with a sub, and Nabil is playing in a different lane as well. So maybe things might have been different if they had their full roster. Who knows? At the end of the day, that's not what matters. We have to focus on Vicious and how well they were able to play. I mean, 919 had an incredible performance really on that Jing in that game, picking off so many members. You know, that kill in mid lane against Luban was kind of the go button really for Vicious to get an advantage and get that gold lead back towards them.
Yeah, the hero Jing coming to her far more glory, because obviously in Season 1 Invitational, she was only picked like a few times. It was a 100% win rate though. And again, she's going into the Honor of Kings Open Series Regional Finals, 2 matches in, and she is 100% win rate once again. But that 38% damage dealt compared to anything else on both of the teams. The only person close to that was Ray on that pay. But like we were saying, massive props to Ray going for that pay pick, because he clearly seemed a lot more comfortable on that pick. And I honestly think that maybe that should have been the game 1 pick for him, so he had a little bit more comfortability in that game 1. We could have maybe seen a bit of a brighter outcome in game 1 if he is able to pick up pay, but unfortunately they left it for game 2. And you'll surely see some of Pay's or Ray on the pay highlights in this one here as well. As you can see, diving into into the clash lane there to help take out the Mayeen, and still gets fell short there by 919, who was ultimately the last blow onto the side of Stalwart Esports at their Crystal. Another takedown by 919, but fantastic overall rockets from Luban, which was played by Wawa. Again, there we go. Ray taking down 919, so making the Titan bleed was enough to keep Stalwart Esports in mind, to be honest. It wasn't a complete stomp, but it wasn't also something that made me consider that Stalwart Esports was going to win in game 1 or game 2.
As the highlights play through here, there are opportunities for Stalwart to win this game for sure. They got the picks, but so did Vicious as well. And this was kind of the go button, really. Look at that. Oh, man. Like, it doesn't even have enough time to breathe in the end. And then this was the end of everything, really, here in this bottom lane fight. And then the incredible flank here from Easy Buy. Incredible knock up in the end. And it was lights out from this point from Stalwart. But overall, incredible series. MVP is going to be 919 on that Jing. A pick that we've seen from two teams now. You know, before this finals, we only saw it once from Major Prime. Now also Vicious picking it up as well, 919. This could be a pick that could see a lot of priority in the next few days for sure.
Absolutely, especially on like teams like your All Gaming Hong Kong as well, because again, they just have another flashier jungle within their midst in their team comp as well. So I can imagine that would definitely be surfacing in that game. Whereas over the side of S2G versus RUKH Esports, I'd be very sort of surprised if RUKH Esports picks up something like the Jing, because again, their team comp has been something very safe, just like Beşiktaş Esports was throughout those playoffs. So we see some things like the Kaiser come through for them, Ying but not Jing. So again, another underwhelming hero in the jungle is Ying, even though she's fantastically played, greatly designed, amazing abilities, but just not quite the competitive edge that you need. But yeah, unfortunately for Stalwart Esports, they do get eliminated in that one, and obviously Major Pride will be beating the Vicious in the semi-finals. Again, I'm not too sure how that can go. Obviously, Major Pride will we haven't shown everything just yet, and we're only going to get better, and they did call it. They said the Vicious were going to go through, so yeah. I'm not going to put the caster curse on you, Stu. I'll put it on Kinesis on Major Pride.
Yeah, I don't want to do predictions anymore. I think I'm done with predictions. Day one has already gone down the drain, and day one has already gone completely awful for me. But hey, fair play for Major Pride and fair play for Vicious. But we're going to have an interview now with one of the members of Vicious. Let's head over there and see what I have to say.
Weird if he... Yeah, but like briefly, you know, like maybe not briefly. All the time. Okay. Sorry, we are live. Okay, guys, we are live. Congratulations to Team The Vicious for that very crazy matchup, especially on the second game. We have here 919. We want to ask him a few questions on how he feels about his victory. So, 919, how do you feel after winning this match?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy and I'm excited because this is my first match. Yeah.
That's amazing. سألته طبعا شو شعوره بعد ما فاز هاي المباراة الصعبة بالذات بالماتش الثاني. قال لي هذا شعور كتير حلو ومبسوط لأنه هاي أول مباراة إلي. For the second match, you know, you were losing, then suddenly you are winning. What happened?
Yeah, we lose in early game, but I also think we also can win. Yeah, nothing too much.
Okay.
Come back to win.
Come back to win. اوكي سألته الجيم الثاني كان في صعوبات بالذات انه كان بدايتهم كانت صعبة شوي بعدين قلبوا الجيم وسألته يعني شو اللي صار حكى لي صراحة احنا عارفين انه الايرلي جيم كان تبعنا سيء ولكن كنا متوقعين ان نفوز. Your next match now against MP, you know, and do you think it will be a hard game?
No, has nothing too much. I think it's easy win, easy game.
You think okay. سألته طبعا مباراته الجاية بالنصف النهائي حتكون ضد ميجر برايد، سألته إذا حتكون صعبة، قال لي لا. I think it's gonna be an easy game. And for this game, for Major Pride, do you have anything to say to them?
See you.
Only see you?
Yeah. See you in game.
See you in game. طيب أنا حاولت هيك يعني أطلعه شوي خارج النص، وسألته إنه في هالكلمة توجهها لميجر برايد في المباراة الجاية، قال لي see you in game. Maybe I ask you one last question is who do you expect or who do you want to meet in the final?
I think is HoK in final.
اوكي سألته مين حاب تواجه بالنهائي، حكى لي اي جي هونغ كونغ. Why اي جي هونغ كونغ؟
Because we lose them before.
Okay, so you want to take revenge.
Yeah.
Okay, and did you make any special preparation for AG?
I think yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think yes.
Okay, maybe secret.
Yeah.
اوكي سالته مين حاب تقابل بالنهائي، حكى لي الاي جي، اكيد هالفريق اللي غلبهم اصلا بالتصفيات الاونلاين. قلت له اذا محضر اي شيء اي مفاجاه، حكى لي يمكن، فما بده يقول لي كامل الاسرار. You know, anything you want to say for your fans supporting you, cheering for you at home?
Thank you for watching me, but yeah, it's very at night. Yeah, thank you to watching.
اوكي ثانك يو سو ماتش. طبعا سالته انه اي كلمه بتحب توجهها لمتابعينك ومشجعينك في وطنك، قال لي بحب اشكرهم واستمروا بالتشجيع وشكرا لكم. That's all. Thank you so much 919 for being here. Congratulations on your win. We will see you inshallah soon enough. That's it for us here. شكرا، يعطيكم العافية على المتابعة، ونشوفكم إن شاء الله لاحقا، ولكن نترك الكلمة للمحللين وعند زيكا.
Great to hear there from 919, our MVP from the previous game, kind of talking about how he wants that rematch, Blam. You've watched it before already, and to be honest, we might see it all over again in the grand finals. I would be really excited to watch that as a grand final, as kind of rematch. He was saying he wants the revenge against AGHK.
Honestly, I think they have it in them to even take more rounds from them this time, because they obviously they lost 4-1, but the round that they did take, they played it very well. It was very formulated, and I can imagine that, like 919 says, they have something secret. Man of very little words, but yes, he thinks that the next game is going to be easy, and doesn't really have much to say to them either. But that is the results of day one. So 2-1 to Major Pride against Beşiktaş Esports. Like Stu says, we honestly thought that was going to be a flipperoo with those scores. And then Stalwart Esports not picking up a single round against the Vicious. But what an opponent the Vicious was. It wasn't just like any opponent. It was definitely a hard one to be matched against going into the quarterfinals. But someone had to face them. Unfortunately, it was Stalwart Esports, and it was Stalwart Esports that didn't have their full team comp. They had a few stand-ins. So again, I feel like you said, Stu, if they was Stalwart Esports as a whole, we may have seen a different outcome.
Yeah, really, really strong performance in the end by both of our winning teams in the series today. So that means that on Saturday, if I've got it correctly, we will see Major Pride versus Vicious. And then we also have the schedule, hopefully, for tomorrow's games as well, because we've got 2 more best of 3 series coming your way tomorrow, which is going to be super exciting to see. But yeah, quickly going back to kind of the talk of kind of the Major Pride. What do you think is going to happen in that series? You know, Major Pride versus the Vicious. You know, after today's series and after watching both of these teams play, who do you think might have the upper edge?
Unfortunately, I mean, like the fatherly Blam I would love to see Major Pride at least take 1 round from them, but I have to hope, I have to move apart Copium and Hopium and just go with realism, and I'm honestly going to say that it's going to be the Vicious that comes out on top. But we've already seen Major Pride admit that. They know that they are a very hard team, but they learn against the hard teams. So they're kind of like the ditto of Honor of Kings. They are literally just trying to soak up all this amazing information from these amazing players, and then they come back stronger the next one, like they have already proven to us in the Open series. So I'm looking forward to that, but I'm also very much looking forward to tomorrow's brackets as well.
Yeah, definitely. So that means it will be Eastern Europe against the wildcard, and the wildcard teams are definitely looking very strong as well. And we're going to see one of the other wildcard teams as well tomorrow. Again, 2 exciting series tomorrow as well. Already 2 exciting series today. We're expecting 2-2-1s. You know, we're expecting pretty close series, but in the end, it was a 2-0 in the end for the Vicious. And if we do get that final of the wild card, that'll be something crazy, to be fair. You know, you've got all these different teams coming from, you know, likes of Turkey, likes of MENA, likes of Eastern Europe, and these 2 teams from the wild card, who, by the way, from the wild cards, they came through the open qualifiers as well. So these are 2 teams that can kind of, you know, being able to work their way up from the top, or from the bottom, I should say.
From the bottom, started from the bottom, now they're here. But yeah, I think it'll be a great rematch in the grand finals if that is going to be the case. But there could be some upsets tomorrow. You never know. They could be. We could see RUKH Esports take a 2-0 from S2G again, copium. But then obviously Axe MENA could do the MENA region proud and maybe try and battle off and take down the All Gaming Hong Kong players that we've already seen be quite brutal anyway. But hey, it is the quarterfinals. There is plenty things to see, and I am very much looking forward to it in day 2 all over again anyway.
Yeah, all over again. 2 best of 3s tomorrow. Hopefully we have our bracket ready, or our schedule, sorry, ready for tomorrow as well. But I believe it's the same time tomorrow as well. Should be the same time for us, the same time for the viewers as well. 2 best of 3s again tomorrow. We have the same regions coming up against each other as well, you know, kind of same as what we had today. So it's either going to be a clean sweep for Eastern Europe and also for the wild card, or it could be a completely opposite. You know, who knows at the end of the day. I think we're expecting big things from the likes of S2G and also from HoK with how well that they performed in their qualifiers. Obviously coming in as the first seeds as well from their respected qualifiers means that they're going to be, you know, coming in really strong and with a lot of confidence as well. But we've already seen a LAN environment can switch things up. You know, if a player doesn't feel comfortable, if things happen, then it's pretty good. But that's going to do it for today's broadcast. For myself, Blam, and everyone behind the scenes as well, thank you all for tuning in today. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for more of the Honor of Kings Open Series.